Alright. Hey everybody, this is Mega Anime.
Sylvie Sommers, how are you guys doing?
And we're playing Tiny Bunny. We're going to be starting it from the beginning. And my buddy here is going to read.
Welcome to my channel.
Welcome!
Beastmaster Demos said, hello.
Hello! Welcome to the channel. So we're playing Tiny Bunny, and we're gonna do a lot of reading and stuff like that, and a couple of spooky things and jump scares.
You guys get to hear me scream again because I'm a giant chicken.
Yeah, so I hope you enjoy.
Hi, dog. Pupper. Hello, Pupper. You know what? Beginner art deserves to be shared. I'm doing
So let's get this going, and you get to see how badly I can read.
Dear Manila, welcome to my channel.
that. Welcome! Lots of people to read.
Well, welcome to my channel.
Welcome!
Dropsnat. Welcome to my channel.
Goddamn! Welcome!
Welcome to my channel.
Hey everybody,
I feel like this
welcome
is just
to
like a bot group.
Yeah, most likely.
Goddamn.
So, but I'll still say welcome to the channel either way.
Just in case they're not.
Said, for never seen this game before.
It's a horror game, so I hope you're prepared for that.
I just feel like if you can't tell by the ominous music and just the ominous everything, like, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. Alright.
You should go sleep, Ollie. Yeah, that was a big yawn. Go sleep. Ow! No!
Beastmaster Demos said, yeah, I get it's a horror, just saying, for never seen this one.
Huh.
Oh, you get to see it pretty much the same time as we do.
Okay, should I read first or would you like to?
You go right ahead.
The wind clawed at my window all night. I wandered the fields and it howled like a hungry beast. An endless song, weaved from all sorts of voices, shrill, gentle, sneery, twined in the air. They were shouting and laughing and arguing about something. Someone was running through the snow while casting long shadows that would occasionally creep close to my bed. Our house had a mind of its own, the creaky old mind of a building that had seen a lot in its days and was seemingly trying to share its wisdom with the inhabitants. The lonely house faced the forest, and the dark green thicket gazed back with its hollow eyes, rustling, whizzing, swaying back and forth. One could come out and stand at the edge of the forest to reassure themselves. There was nobody behind the crooked trees. Fuzzy silhouettes swaying in the wind couldn't possibly do any harm. Just a play of light and shadow. Just a play. I knew it was just my imagination. I was already 12, after all. Still.
Can you see the fox?
Yeah, I see him. That's cool. Oh, such a lovely art.
Welcome to my channel. Martzing. Welcome to my channel.
Welcome.
Hey, put away your book. How many times have I told you not to read at the table? It's bad for your health. Look at how slouchy you are. You want me to hide it?
Hide what?
Hide the book?
Yeah, let's do that. I mean, it's really the only option. I didn't protest and put the book about Conan the Barbarian aside. I was stuck on a line I couldn't understand after reading it 3 times anyway. Olya had already finished her breakfast and was munching on some cookies. She was so enthusiastic she almost looked like your typical girl from commercials.
You're not going anywhere until you finish all of it.
I, on the other hand, was still trying to drill a hole in the plate with my eyes, as if it would make the porridge disappear. Hazy anxiousness welled up inside, all because of the previous sleepless night, the black forest around our house, and the gloomy wind.
Ancestral doll. Welcome to my channel.
Welcome!
Ancestral doll. Said. Hello. Sorry for bothering you.
No need.
I want to offer promotion of your channel, viewers, followers,
Okay, well, let's
views,
move on.
chatbots, etc. The price is lower than any competitor. The quality is guaranteed.
The longer I waited, the colder the lumpy white substance became.
Order management panel, chat panel.
Can we disable that?
Turn it on /off/customize. Go to StreamRise.ru.
Okay, there it goes.
Okay.
Do you want to reread it?
Yeah, I'll reread it.
Beastmaster Demos said, wow.
The longer I waited, the colder the lumpy white substance became. It looked like a jellyfish from the Cousteau Odyssey. I love that show. I wonder how horrifying the bottom of the ocean is. Or how cold the Black Forest is at night. The spoon fell out of my hand. Mom showered me with a cold glare from her green eyes.
What did I just say?
I'll get it. I had 10 seconds to catch my breath before battling the nasty porridge once again. I felt around for the spoon. What is this? Carved on the other side of the table. Ka-ri-na. Ha! That's my mom's name. I guess she carved it out with something pointy when she was little. She sure was a rascal damaging the furniture like that. She would scold me for a week if I did something similar, though. Should I remind her about it? No. She's been in a bit of a bad mood lately. I imagined her being my age, sitting under this table. I wonder, was Mom afraid of the dark back then? Were the sounds coming from the attic? Or the thick forest? Damn, that boy in that forest. I imagined my grandma coming into my little mom's room, sitting at the edge of her bed, where Olya sleeps nowadays, and saying this in her soft, smooth voice. Taiga is a special... Oh, go ahead.
Taiga is a special place, little girl. It watches you closely, sniffing you out, trying to discern what kind of beast you are. If you're a good sort, it won't abandon you in times of trouble. But if you're a bad apple, it'll grab you by the side and drag you under the ground. And that would be it.
Grandma was caring. She never fought with anybody, never yelled, never swore. Those were the times without the maddening screams until late at night, without smashed dishes and mutual accusations.
Never shaved.
She didn't need to shave. Our parents used to love each other back then. I remember listening in on one of their conversations by chance. They were talking about Grandma getting prepared for her funeral. She had already bought a casket. And she called it her cute funeral box. It waited for its time in the closet, patiently. It was black, unupholstered with meat-colored material on the inside. I saw it when my grandma was getting buried. The house didn't change since the time she was alive. Only all of the photos were gone. Glass-covered pictures with gray faces of my ancestors. They all had a dead but watchful look in their eyes. I crawled out from under the table. Olya was done with her cookies and was looking at my share like a sly woodland creature. I turned my gaze toward the frosted window. There were a lot of dark pines outside, but they didn't grab my attention. The pattern of frost formed a picture on the glass.
HBDS. Welcome to my channel.
Welcome! Olya, look, it's a fox.
Welcome to my channel.
Hey, Seven!
Where?
It looked almost like those optical illusion thingies they put on the back of student notebooks. A mixture of lines at first glance, but if you blur your vision just a little bit and look at a certain angle, not outside, on the window. Look, here's the nose, and here's...
Hey, eat up.
Yes, just a moment.
I don't see anything. Hurry up. There's not much left. Ah! There it is! But it still doesn't look like one.
And I'm telling you it does.
Nuh-uh.
It does.
Stop it. These kids, I swear.
Now I couldn't see the fox either. It disappeared. Went away. Only the frosty patterns, similar to stretched out nettle leaves, kept creeping up the glass. My dad entered the kitchen with long, measured steps. I want to have a beard like his when I grow up. Mom would always ask jokingly, "Come on, shave it off, it stings." This was so long ago. Nowadays, rumbling doors and witty comebacks were an everyday occurrence. Olya always covers her ears when she hears something like, "What's the point of all this?" through the wall. "It's all for your sake," Dad would reply, "for the sake of our family." I always caught every sound of fear, Let me restart. I always caught every sound in fear of hearing the most dreaded, the deadliest word that started with a D. D-I-V-O. I don't even want to finish it. It was scary to imagine that me and my little sister could be torn apart and taken into two different families.
Anyway, your fox is nothing. I have an owl on my window.
You and your owl talking again?
You said you believed me just yesterday.
Has anybody seen my car keys? I remember leaving them on the windowsill.
The owl took it.
Right. Maybe you did and maybe not. You're a grown man, a father of two, and still...
Welcome.
Karina, please stop. Just let me get ready in peace. Your keys are in the basket near the phone. Well, thank you very much. Austin, stop making... Anton, stop making a... Martyr out of yourself and finish eating already.
And the owl?
There was no owl.
But there was one! It had giant glowing eyes!
Oops, excuse me. Olya sprung up from the chair and placed her hands on her little face, imitating a pair of eyes with her fingers, the size of an apple each. Last
year you had
Bye-bye
Bye-bye in your closet, and now this owl.
But I saw it!
Olya shifted her gaze back and forth from Dad to Mom to me, but couldn't find any support.
Have you thought about befriending it?
We might have to turn it down. This is a really loud game.
You know, like feeding it with imagined mice? Don't bully our girl. She's just afraid to sleep alone because she's still little.
Olya pouted her lips in rebellion and rushed into the hallway. The staircase that led to the second floor creaked. Mom gave Dad a strict look. Oh, that look in her eyes. It's so uncomfortable to be pinned under it. Dad just snorted in reply and left, ringing the keys he just found. A minute had passed, and the theme song from The Little Mermaid echoed through the house. It was stored on an incredibly old, worn-out cassette tape, which Dad already had to glue together once. It's so easy to fix objects by gluing them back together, for example. But how do you fix a relationship? Mom moved to the living room, and I was left alone, anxiously stealing glances at the window. Olya had trouble sleeping ever since we moved to this house. She would toss and turn or curl up into a ball under her blanket. Sometimes she would jump up in the middle of the night and turn on the VCR. Cartoons helped her take her mind off of all her troubles we had with the move and our parents. And then Olya said she saw that giant flying monster outside her window. She became obsessed with it. Our parents did everything in their power. They tried every little trick to get rid of those ridiculous fears. Olya refused to sleep alone and didn't believe that the owl was just one of her nightmares. After tonight, I was unsure what to make of my sister's words, what to think of it myself. Can nightmares be infectious?
How you doing?
Pretty good.
I didn't know if you needed something to drink or not.
Oh, I'm good. Just last night I couldn't get a wink of sleep and ended up thinking of what to expect in my new school. There were a couple of days left before the beginning of a new term. My imagination drew long, twisting hallways that led to a classroom full of kids. But all the students behind their desks were simply dark figures, cut out using a template. Circular holes gaped in the middle of their faces, and pairs of eyes blinked inside those holes. It was as if some completely different creatures were looking at me from behind the black, flat silhouettes. Their cruel glares, filled with icy sneers, made me shiver from head to toe. Will I survive here? Won't they gang up on me and beat me down? Stomp on me with their bloodied shoes? The damn school can burn for all I care. I just wished for anything to happen to it. Really doesn't matter what. I didn't want to go there that badly. I didn't want to see people who were just itching to smack me on the head, trip me up, think of a new offensive name for me, worse than the previous one. Welcome! I felt like the glasses I wore made me an outsider or some sort of monster. My gaze slid across the drawings hanging on the walls. I couldn't consider myself a great artist, but Olya begged me to hang them. Drawing was the only thing that made me happy as of late. The small circle of friends I had also enjoyed to... I'm gonna restart. The small circle of friends I had also enjoyed my paintings, and they promised to call me from time to time. Sometimes I imagine Mom picking up the phone and saying in a cold voice, "You've got the wrong number." Or, "Anton is not around." Anton is not around. I imagine my future classmates lying in their beds, just like me, listening to the howls of invisible werewolves outside their windows.
Commander Root.
Maybe...
Welcome to my channel.
Welcome! Maybe my new classmates will like me after all. But who would ever like a boy with thick glasses? I mean, my dad used to wear glasses when he was little, and now he's married to the most beautiful woman on the planet, my mom. The house creaked, pressed by the wind. The condo we used to live in, a 9-floor concrete building, buzzed with the neighbor's drill, mumbled with a TV set from behind the wall, cried like a baby from the big family next door. Our current house, though I can't really call it new, was completely different. It was silent and easygoing during the day. Its shadows lay dormant in the corners, on the closet cobwebs, and under the stairs. But they all woke up during the night. Something was watching me from every corner, almost as if the old photos of my diseased family with their ashen eyes were hanging on the walls in place of my drawings. The floor was squeaking, rusty drains were moaning, the attic was occupied by noisy drafts. One could think the house was performing some sort of demonic melody. And then I realized I was, in fact, hearing music. It was already playing for a good while. Somewhere at the edge of my perception, I could hear a flute. It was mixed in with the sound of the wind, of the creaking old house, and my thoughts, too. I stood up and rushed to the window. I wanted to reassure myself that this music was nothing more than a product of my imagination. It's not like someone is playing it there, amidst the cold, snowy night, right? Okay, I guess we're gonna open the window. Oh. Someone was dancing in the field. Black silhouettes I could barely make out, with the dark forest as their backdrop. They jumped around, basked in the moonlight, bumped into piles of snow, rolled around, and crawled on all fours. Stories about wolves playing under the moon came to mind, but these were clearly not wolves. They stood upright at times, circled around holding hands and whipping up snow, disappearing into the shadows for a brief moment, and then coming back. Something bizarre was going on. Shadows dancing in the starless abyss made my imagination go wild, making me anxious at the same time. Suddenly, the music had stopped.
Dun dun dun.
The dancing shadows froze in place, and I could swear pierced me with their eyes. One of the silhouettes immediately parted from the bizarre shadow carnival and sprinted across the field with giant leaps. It glided on squeaky snow without leaving any prints until it was devoured by the pitch-black shadow of my house, which became even darker and thicker. My heart was jumping around like the bird inside a cage. I shut the curtains with a swift motion and stepped back toward the bed. They saw me! A freezing torrent of fear washed over me. I stood in the middle of a perfectly dark room and listened to some unwanted guest move and scrape around, looking for an entrance. The sound moved to the right, then circled around the house. Now my guest should be at the front door. I jumped into the bed and covered myself with the blanket as if it could protect me. The shackles of fear unlocked my muscles. I remembered the funeral, my grandma lying there, hands crossed on her chest, her facial features sharp like that of a tin doll. Ants running up and down the legs of chairs that held my grandma's casket. I imagined those little creatures climbing up her head and pulling up her eyelids with their tiny legs.
Interesting.
Then her wrinkly eyeballs would once again move inside their sockets, and then she'd be able to see her grandchildren. I was chanting the spells she taught me throughout the whole procedure. And now, lying under the blanket and listening to squeaks and howls, I was repeating the same words. On the island of Bunin, under the blemished sun, in the sea of color blue, stands a cabin made of wood. And there lard and ashen hair for the spawn from devil's lair to feast and always leave alone God's faithful servant named Anton. Evil leave this house must. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Bizarre sounds had disappeared. I cautiously peeked out from under the blanket and saw curtains waving around like a hangman. And then the night doused me with a new portion of boiling terror. The sound scratched at my eardrums. In reality, something or someone was scratching at the front door, hurriedly clawing at wood, demanding to be let in. The door was shut. Dad had become very cautious recently, so he installed a sturdy lock. I remember him staring at the forest intently as if he were looking for someone. Ashes to ashes! Dust to dust! I hugged my knees, placed my chin between them, and drilled the door with my eyes. It was so flimsy and weak before the might of darkness. And then the doorknob twitched slightly. Then it turned halfway, once, twice, as if the person who tried to enter had no hands. The doorknob tilted once more and then started clicking violently. My jaw cramped from fear. My wet fingers clutched the blanket. The door creaked and opened. The wind taunted me, moaning inside the tin drains. Now you'll see. The door was wide open. The darkness writhed inside the carnivorous mouth of a doorway. Tony. I forgot you gotta do the voices.
Tony.
It was as if the night itself were calling out to me, flapping its black wings and squeaking with rusty hinges. I was trembling, ensnared by the web of darkness that hung in the corners of my room, waiting for the one who weaved it to come out of the gaping black hole.
Tony.
My abdomen tightened and my chest rose up, ready to exhale a desperate scream. But before I was able to do anything, the darkness asked me,
Tony, you asleep?
My sister's pale face protruded from the thick shadows. I almost screamed from relief. Olya, I'm not sleeping. Did something happen? Olya frowned and stuck out her lower lip, a clear sign that she was about to cry.
It's there again, staring at me.
Shoo her away. Oh, sorry, that's you.
Shoo her away, Tony, please. I'm so scared.
The fear that was tormenting me just a minute ago crawled away and hid somewhere in my stomach. I needed to calm Olya down. It was just a dream, silly. Don't be scared. Dreams don't bite. No one's going to harm you. She was trying her best to believe me. But was I sure myself? I have an idea. Let's go to your room and watch the video. Sleeping Beauty, for example. You like that cartoon, don't you?
Why does Sleeping Beauty have a prince and I have this scary bird?
That question took me by surprise. All right, let's watch Cinderella. My thoughts became tangled, fuzzy. What was that? What studied me with its eyes while dancing feverishly under the moon? The darkness was clinging to the window, and it couldn't be fooled by Grandma's old chants. It couldn't be satisfied with a feast of lard and long ashen hair.
Tony, you coming?
Yes, just a moment. No! Did it eat us? That's why I didn't want to laugh at Olya and her owl in the morning. Who could be visiting us here in the middle of nowhere? We don't know anyone around here. So persistent. I felt extremely unsettled just from a silly thought that our morning guests could have been from the woods. I could barely hear voices coming from the front door. My mind was urging me to hide. In the closet, under the table, behind the curtains, where Olya always hides.
Tony, come here.
I felt the kettlebells were tied to my feet, but still dragged them toward the hallway. A couple of policemen towered over me in the doorway. They smiled like frost and worry. My mom always winced and grumbled the moment she saw patrol cars. Worse than bandits. At the moment, though, she looked somewhat confused. Hello. The senior officer, who wore a grim expression, nodded.
A boy had gone missing yesterday. His name is
Volva, I think.
Volva. Look at this, please. Look at this, please. Have you seen him?
The policeman held out a photograph to me. There was a ginger boy around the age of elementary school, pictured with a wall carpet as the backdrop. He had a striped cat in his hands and wore a wide smile. No, I haven't.
Are you sure? Look closely.
Where would I see him? I don't know anyone around here. I barely leave the house.
Well, maybe you've seen him from the window. That's right. Your windows. Look straight at the forest, don't they? Let me read that again. That's right. Your windows look straight at the forest, don't they?
The window. No, I haven't seen anything.
I see.
He sounded tired, but his eyes, his stare, long and heavy, was full of suspicion. I squirmed unwittingly under the weight of guilt which his giant shadow cast over me. The policeman finally tore his eyes away from me and glanced over the hallway, the stairway, and the cracks in the ceiling, which I haven't noticed before for some reason.
How do you like your new place, by the way? Getting used to it? Bit by bit. It's just our little daughter misses the city a lot. Missing the city, huh? Have the locals been treating you well? Yes, everything is all right, thank you.
The policeman pierced through me one more time with his gray eyes. My head started spinning. Can I help you somehow? I asked that in a shaky voice to look like a polite boy and to end this unpleasant conversation sooner.
Now that I think about it, you look just like one of my nephews, little fella. He's a witty boy around your age, wears the same type of goggles. Always engrossed in reading those mystery novels. Told me he wants to enroll in police school when his family visits this summer. Wanted to help other people just like me. See?
I felt uncomfortable, as if a distant relative and not a police officer stood in front of me.
You know what? Little boys like you should stay at home. Steer away from trouble. The times have changed so much.
Mom interjected in a cold voice.
You don't say. Ah, well then. What grade are you in, Tony boy?
6th.
Have you made any friends here so far?
Not yet. I'll be going to school for the first time after the break.
Ah, then I'll leave you my number. Just in case, call me if you have any new info.
The policemen were gone all along with their shadows, the smell of cheap cologne, and the photo of a smiling boy. Weird that he would give the number to the kid.
Yeah, no kidding. It's like, here I go. Here's my number. By the way, I drive a candy van.
Yeah, so weird, right? I'm thinking he was one of the creepy animals.
Yeah, could be.
Alright.
When I saw the creepy animals and they showed the kid, the first thing that popped in my head, instead of them dancing and stuff like that, that they were...
Yeah.
Yeah. But that was my thought. I was like, that would be kind of creepy if they were not dancing, but...
A ritual of some sort?
Yeah.
Like a ritual murder? I mean, that's pretty common in these types of stories.
Well, in the backwoods of nowhere, anything is possible.
Yeah. Growing up in my hometown, we had to keep our black cats in the house during Halloween. Local cultists would murder them, sacrifice them.
Well, here, kids have a tendency of shoving fireworks up their butts and blowing them up.
How about I do that to them, little assholes? Maybe they'll learn.
Yeah. Who knows? It just doesn't make any sense to me at all that anyone would harm a cat. I know why they do it, because witches... They believe that witches turn into their cats and stuff like that. And that's why when they used to burn witches, they also burn the cats with them.
It's still cruel and sociopathic, and if your kid is sitting there torturing animals, you should probably get his head looked at.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that usually pops into... They need some help.
Yeah, no kidding.
Do you want to continue?
Yeah.
Okay.
His face still stood before my eyes. I wondered what it was like for him, being all alone, there. For some reason, I thought of the forest swaying in the wind. What did his poor parents feel?
The only thing I'm wondering is what, like, if this is winter break, or if this has to be winter break.
I mean, it's pretty clear they're in Russia. I don't exactly know what the weather patterns in Russia are.
Yeah, true. Let's see.
And what would my parents do if I'd gone missing?
Find you and kill you when they find you?
Probably. Your mom is scary, dude. Would they cry and thrash around hysterically? Or would they accuse each other, like they always do, and forget about me eventually? Mom, this Vova, did he go missing in our forest?
Seems like it. Poor child.
I looked at the window, at the road.
All I can say is, look how they did a great job on the snow. And, well, the whole art style is really good.
It's really pretty. I like the simplicity of it.
But the way that the road goes, it goes right into the forest.
Which is really cool. I really like how they smudged it, you know, kind of like how it would look through a dewy pane of glass.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I like the darks and stuff like that. It's really unique in its own little way.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's partially rain and snow put together in some ways.
Yeah. The police UAZ drove off toward the village. The officer's nephew came to mind when I was splitting off old paint from the windowsill.
I wouldn't want to do that.
Well, if he doesn't eat it, he'll be fine.
No, I meant like peeling paint off a windowsill.
Oh, I do that.
Oh.
You don't like it?
Well, I don't like the scratching noise. It sometimes... It drives me nuts.
I remembered all the teenage mystery novels from the Black Kitty series I've read this summer. Your average boys and girls investigated all sorts of mysteries there. They looked for clues, spied on suspicious people, and after a set of amazing adventures, bam! Solved any complicated case. They became local celebrities and must have made their parents very proud. I noticed a trail of policemen's footprints that led to the forest. And then it clicked in my head. Why don't I start an investigation of my own? Maybe I'll find that lost boy.
Maybe I'll get in trouble with my parents.
Maybe I'll die.
Maybe I'll get lost too.
And I'll get a reward. Olya will be so happy.
Maybe it'll be money. And then we can buy whatever we want to.
Yes.
Candy!
I mean, what else is a kid gonna use his money on? Books, maybe?
You know, if only he read Goosebumps, he would actually find out that it's not really a happy ending.
No, I loved Goosebumps. And not only Olya, Mom and Dad, too. Maybe they'll even forget about their quarrels for a while. Maybe I'll even save us from the D word.
And maybe I'll ever eat my food that's still not finished.
I mean, if you put porridge in front of me, I don't think I'd eat it either.
I like oatmeal.
Weird texture.
I like warm. I like hot oatmeal.
I fantasized about buying Olya a Tamagotchi and getting a cassette player and a bunch of tapes for myself. And a whole box of Kinder Surprise.
Because somehow I solved the case already.
Well, motivation. When was the last time our parents bought us any toys?
There's a toy right there. There's a top.
Oh, yeah. Well, that could have been old.
Yeah, it could have been like in Grandma's old house for centuries now.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's kind of an old top.
Yeah. Last autumn, I think. My dad had lost his job at the time. There's that annoying song about it.
Lose your job to pay your bills. No, sorry.
I had little to no idea what was the accountant's job like. They count money, I think? Neighbors used to envy us. But nowadays, Mom and Dad barely had money to afford sweets, and Dad would always divide a single chocolate bar between me and Olya. Sometimes I gave her my share too. He's such a good brother.
Yeah.
No matter how much I wanted to eat sweets, she was still just a pipsqueak.
I don't know if you noticed, but there's the Harry Potter.
Oh yeah, there's the cupboard under the stairs.
And then there's the phone.
Yeah.
Weird place to have it near the front door, but I guess...
It makes sense to me, I guess.
Well, it's better than being in one of the rooms.
The bathroom.
Oh God.
We found
I'm
the phone
pooping!
we found the phone in one of the bathrooms in Faz, didn't we?
Yes. Yeah, I don't understand phones and showers and stuff like that. That never makes any sense to me.
Shower phone, in case of an emergency.
Yeah, if I fall, there's no freaking way I can... What are you gonna do?
Well, I mean, if
Magic.
someone breaks into your house, I guess.
You're not really gonna hear it over the water.
Yeah. I don't know, I just feel like it's more terrifying if I come out of my shower and I chase your ass down, naked as the day I was born, with a fucking hair dryer in my hand. Like, I feel like you're gonna get the fuck out of my house really fast.
Pretty much. Insane woman lives in this house.
And not to mention my insane boyfriend who has way too many guns and axes and knives
All in one location.
and a wish a motherfucker would attitude.
Yep.
Okay, anyway, on that note, I couldn't wait to go out looking for clues. I'm going outside!
The hell you are.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, right. You want the police to go around with your photograph next? The forest is so thick. What if the boy got snatched up by wild animals, or something even worse?
Even worse, echoed through the hallway.
Worse.
I won't go far. I'll stay away from the forest. Liar.
Did you hear what I said? Or should I repeat myself? Better go pack your school bag. Better go pack your school bag and play with Olya.
The sound of splashing water came from the kitchen. It meant that the argument was over, and Mom had the last word. Well, crap. Okay, well, are we,
Do you want to do the kitchen? To open this?
I want to see what's under the stairs. The dark, stuffy closet. Mom says it smells like mice, but how would she know their smell? She hates when I stick my nose in there. She's afraid I'll cut myself on the freshly sharpened axe.
Right there.
Mm-hmm. And Olya can't even be lured close to it. She thinks Babai is living there. I tried to help her fight her fears once. I opened the door and turned on a dim lamp so she would see there was nothing but cobwebs, Dad's tools, and scratched walls. She still didn't believe me. And I liked to hide in the closet and listen to Olya count outside. 1, 2, 3, better hide from me! And then drag her little feet on the creaky floorboards, hoping that she wouldn't need to look for me in the cramped monster's den.
Okay, we have kitchen or the front yard.
Kitchen. Did she cut her hair? She had a ponytail the next scene over.
Did she?
Yeah, I could swear it.
We have open or turn back.
Open the fridge.
Ooh, yeah, they pretty much don't have much in here.
What's in the icebox? Grandma kept ice cream for me and Olya there, but now I could only see meat bits for soup and clumped together palemni. I grew to hate them already.
And something right here. I have no idea what it is.
Pelmeni. It's Pelmeni. I've never heard of that. Okay, I guess we'll go back.
There's pickles, I think. Maybe.
Probably pickles.
This might be butter.
Mm-hmm.
No clue what that was.
Jam.
Lemon.
I don't know.
That might be butter as well.
Hmm.
I know there's a pot.
It's all butter.
And then this side has medication.
Yeah. Oh, and eggs at the top.
Yep.
Okay, and I guess we'll go back now. I guess we go outside like we told Mom we wouldn't. Your turn.
Anton! I'll whip you if you make a single step out the door.
Oops. I guess we just need to click on stuff. Mom's peg top, a family relic. My mom played with it when she was little. Then she gifted it to me. Olya was next in the succession line. The toy belongs to her now. She stares at the dancing spindle as if it could show her something. A fairy tale or maybe even our future. Now even my little sister was a bit too old for the old squeaky peg top. The phone? My parents prohibit me from making long-distance calls, but from time to time I really want to hear my old friends. Sometimes I would just pick up the phone, listen to the low hum of the zoomer and the distant crackling, imagining the wind howling and the ice-leaden chords.
So, Anton, get your ass out of the closet immediately.
Damn, bitch has eyes in the back of her head. Alright, what about his shoes? No? Okay. Kitchen. This cross had seen so many people come and go in this house. It was black as if it absorbed all human sin from the long years it was hanging under the ceiling. But after Grandma died, Mom was going to take it off and hang a horseshoe in its place as a lucky charm. But she cut herself at the cross's sharp corner and almost fell from the stepladder. Well, that's a sign! Dad called it a sign from above and ordered the cross to be left alone in its rightful place.
Let's see.
I took a peek at Mom's crossword. She would get very angry when someone gave her advice, so me and Dad faked knowing the answer and being about to reveal it all the time. I smiled at that fleeting thought. Vertical, 9 letters. The name of the Philistine deity that protected them from the viper bites and had a nickname, the Lord of the Flies. Second letter is E. It was difficult to lie to Mom, but there was no other way for me to run away from home. Mom, something's wrong with the TV. The picture is dim and there are stripes all over the screen. Mom's face became visibly distorted.
You're killing me here. So have you had enough of shooting those stupid ducks now? Told you the
Kinescope, I think?
kinescope will go dim because of your console. Where will we find a TV technician in this whole... Huh?
Maybe it's just the settings. Please, go see for yourself.
Strange. It worked fine in the morning.
Maybe the snowfall caused it. Mom rubbed her hands clean on her apron and went to Olya's room. Run! No, we need to go out while she's distracted. Okay. The decrepit and stain-covered calendar was once my favorite form of entertainment in my grandma's house. I remember waking up and running to the kitchen so I could tear off yesterday's leaf first thing in the morning, as if the coming day would get lost in the taiga forest without my help. One day closer to New Year's, one day closer to Grandma's funeral. I haven't touched this calendar for years now. Since the time they started writing dark and spooky death chants that only made me gloomy instead of funny proverbs and superstitions, to be exact. I grabbed a dusty calendar leaf with caution and tore it off effortlessly. Sadly, the spooky descriptions from my childhood were still there. 7 horses carry the log. If 7 can't carry, bring the 8th from a fairy. They will take it away and never come back. This is the fate the log can't escape. I crumbled the gray leaf and threw it into the waste bin, hoping to get rid of the anxiousness that washed over me. It was spreading inside me like an ink stain on blotting paper. Run!
With no coat on.
I opened the front gate and went into the field. Carefully, so my mom wouldn't see me from the window.
Looks like an owl.
Yeah, it does.
There's words in the...
Yeah. When I crossed half the distance towards the forest, the snowy piles became as high as my knees. I remembered my nightly fears. I saw those silhouettes around here. They were jumping around, holding hands. That hypnotizing music started playing in my head all on its own. In the light of day, those distant figures felt like a simple dream. The sun turned my nightmares to ash, but the aftertaste was still there. Distant ringing in my ears, distorted shadows crawling on the snow alongside me, and a barely audible whisper in my head, blurry and almost kind. Everything was silent. So silent I felt like the world was totally empty. No ground, no sky, no parents, no Olya. The time reached its limit, a one-way trip that ended at the forest's piney stockade. Sometimes silence was much scarier than any scream. Our parents would scream at each other while arguing, and both me and Olya turned to stone, listening to them. But then always came the ringing silence. Our apartment became numb a couple days before we departed. It was hard to remember the last time Mom and Dad joked around, laughing, or spent time together, almost like all of it was in a previous life. When they kissed with Olya present, she always frowned and snorted in a funny way. But one day it all changed. Something important had left our home, and something scary filled the remaining void. It was as if a fire broke up, and our parents were hurriedly packing all our belongings, trying to save themselves and us. From who, though? From the people with dead, cold eyes who sometimes visit us in our previous home? The eyes that only saw balls of worms on the black ground and everything. And somewhere far away a siren was going off, trying to warn us of the coming menace. This kid sure is smart. Very poetic. I shuddered, chasing away my delusions, and looked around. There were only me, this white field, and the wind that was whipping up icy dust and belts of powdered snow. I squinted from the sun and turned my eyes to the sunless forest. It looked especially dark in contrast with the blinding whiteness. Knobby tree roots slithered under the snow like fat snakes. Rotten leaves and coniferous needles froze into the ice. Dry, prickly branches intertwined, bringing up uncomfortable thoughts about fences. Were they protecting the forest? Or were they keeping something from breaking out? Some object was hanging by one of the pointy branches. I tried to get closer, drowning in snow, and when I almost got to the edge of the forest, I saw a knitted mitten. It looked like a wounded bird among the hungering semi-dark. Should I take it to the police? Their senior officer looked gloomy, but he still reminded me of Captain Casanova from my favorite TV show called The Streets of Brooklyn Lights. Or Broken. Bleh. He was also always anxious, with a tired look in his eyes, but still brave and strong. Will this mitten help them find the lost boy? Volva! I heard a distant shout, like it came from the river. Volva! As if the trees were calling out to someone. Volva! Resounded closer to me. Someone was standing there, behind the trees. Hiding. Volva! I knew someone was looking for the lost boy, but still. Something was unsettling about that figure. Its stillness, how it was bent unnaturally toward the ground. Its blackness. There's no one there, just branches and roots. It's all just my imagination. A nearby bird flapped its wings loudly. A shadow split from the tree and disappeared from my sight. I looked away for just a moment, but when I turned my gaze back to the same place, it was gone. So it was my imagination after all. Silence reigned for a painfully long time. My muscles were tightly sprung. My heart was beating somewhere in my throat. Any noise, any little movement, any small whisper from a thicket, and I'd sprint. But nothing of the sort happened. I looked at the mitten once more. Take it. I decided to take the lonely mitten from the branch. This is how we die. Vova! Oh wait, I should let you do these.
Vova.
A shout rumbled across the field and dissolved into the distance. No echo, no hope for a reply. I stepped toward the bristly trees and tried to claim my find. It didn't budge. I pulled harder. The branch cracked and the mitten tore off, landing in my hand with a squishy sound. Oh no. Ugh. All too heavy. Wet. I squeezed it without thinking and something dark spilled from it, forming a tiny string between the mitten and the snow. Steam rose from the snow pile. I froze in place, studying my palms in disgust. Red. The sound of cracking branches invaded the silence. I didn't have time to think twice before running away. Someone was chasing me from the darkness, breaking pine branches, closing the distance with giant leaps. Snow was slowing me down. Crazy thoughts flew through my mind. I'll get caught. They'll get me. I'll get dragged into the thicket. I'll be gone forever. But there was one more voice, probably one of reason. It gave me strength, spurred me on. You can do it! Don't stop! I heard an animal roar behind me. It was so loud my ears went numb. It felt like the sound had come from the pack of hungry beasts rather than a single one. Their nostrils sucked in freezing air. They sensed my fear. 2 giant wings flapped over my head. An enormous shadow flew over the clearing. A hoot, a wheeze. The roars were coming from all directions now. From the dried-up raspberry bush, from the twisted pines, from under the windfall. Hurry, run, don't look back! It felt like I was inside a nightmare. The snowy clearing became viscous like quicksand. I was stuck in place. I pulled my leg from the mushy trap just to be caught in a new one, even deeper than before. I continued to drown, sinking deeper and deeper with every desperate push. Was snow ever this sticky? I screamed in horror after realizing this wasn't snow. Someone or something in the snow pile was clutching my pants. I gathered all my strength and rushed forward. The pressure on my leg was gone. My boots slipped out of the hole and my soles were on a hard surface again. I reached a clear path with one jump and from there ran to my house. Its gloomy facade didn't look threatening now. That house was my line of defense from the shadows that flapped their wings and the creatures that were hidden under the snow. I tripped over the doorstep and smashed into the door. In all my hurry, I still managed to notice the claw marks. As if a dog were striking the wood with its paws, demanding to be let in so it could escape the cold. I hadn't noticed these marks when I was leaving. The heartbeat in my ears was much louder than my surroundings. I couldn't hear whether someone was following me or not. What if they were already in our front yard and Mom had locked the door? Drowning in fear, I pulled on the doorknob and it obediently gave way. I rolled into the hallway and shut the door behind me. Porch planks creaked as my pursuers ascended the stairs. My fingers slipped off the lock and I couldn't click it into place. I gritted my teeth and pulled hard on the iron knob, whipping it between the boards. I stared blankly at the door. Someone was standing on the other side of the pitiful, flimsy barrier that was probably less useful than blankets. Wheezing breath reached into the house and crashed at me in waves. It smelled of pine and sweat. Mom peeked out of the kitchen and chastised me with the same frigid voice she always used when talking to Dad.
What exactly don't you understand when I told you to never slam the door?
I didn't mean to. I snuck a glance at the door. The smell was gone, and the breath was too. If there was someone in the first place, of course. Here, mere 5 meters away from my mom, my fear was slowly weakening, melting like snow in spring, and with it the last bit of strength I had left my body too. My legs gave way. I propped myself against the wall so I wouldn't fall over. Mom's expression had changed immediately. The cold mask of strictness and detachment was gone. Mom looked the same as before all those quarrels. She finally saw my condition, my wet pants plastered with snow.
Where have you been? What did I tell you, huh? I told you to stay home. Am I nothing to you, too?
I got afraid she would cry. I reached out to her like when I was very little and wanted her to cuddle me. But Mom regained her composure fast and put on her usual face. Her eyes shined like steel. Her voice rang out.
Your dad can't find his cigarettes. Be honest, did you snatch them? Were you smoking in secret?
There was someone chasing me. I thought... I stuttered as soon as I started explaining myself. Tears welled up in my eyes. Mom leaned toward me and sniffed my clothes like a beast, searching for the smell of tobacco. Then she squinted her eyes in suspicion and looked into the front yard. Her expression changed in an instant and she covered her mouth with her hand.
Look over there, at the fence.
My heart started thumping as if I became prey once again and my pursuers were following me in the field. I could swear that I've heard something scratch at the door, just like in my nightmare. Mom beckoned me with her finger and I gathered all my remaining bravery to look into the kitchen window, facing my fear. I could barely discern some hairy silhouettes swimming in the snow through the icy winter patterns on the glass. Dogs. Just a small pack of strays with no name and owner, barely reminding of the hungry monsters that live on the edge of the forest.
Oh boy, were you scared of them? I think you'd rather be scared of you. I think they'd rather be scared of you. Anton.
They were chasing me like a bunny. And what if they're rabid? The smile had slowly disappeared from Mom's face. Now she looked at the dogs as if it were her first time seeing them.
What if they attacked Ola? Olya, sorry. What if they attacked Olya?
Mom?
I wish your dad could just shoot them all. Okay, I'm against that, but...
I mean, if they're a pack of wild dogs that are rabid and starving, it's really the only thing you can do. Mom, look! They're alive!
Huh? What? Are they your friends or foes, after all? Make up your mind. You're not a little kid anymore.
Mom sighed in annoyance, and I felt so bitter that I bit my lower lip and fixed my gaze on the cobweb-ridden corner. Well, some detective I am. In reality, I wasn't risking my life among monsters, but rather my pants among a pack of stupid strays. And what for? What use do I have for this? Mitten. Of course! A dark and sticky mitten that belonged to the lost boy made a squishy sound in my hand. Seems like I was clutching it the whole time. That's my trump card as a detective! I hurried to present this clue to my mom. Mom, look, this is Vova's mitten. That boy the police were asking about in the morning. It's drenched in blood. I found it hanging on a tree. I can show where. Let's call the police right away, like the officer had told us to. Mom, look!
Ew.
A shadow of doubt slowly crept onto my mom's contorted face. As if she were trying to remember something distant. Like someone tries to remember their dream, but the images slip away.
Stop that. Stop in this moment. Olya will go insane if she hears you. She's already has trouble sleeping and whines all the time. And you joke around like this?
At that moment, I realized the mitten was actually wet from snow. There was no blood whatsoever. I wanted to sink through the floor from embarrassment.
Come here, my boy. Who cries wolf? Oh, don't just stand there. Come take your pills.
A golden-colored pill, reminiscent of a dead wasp, fell into my palm. I already took one during breakfast.
Don't talk over me. I told you to stay home and you... Dad would have given you a good whooping for that. Come on, take it, or you won't be able to sleep at night, and you have school tomorrow.
So I had to swallow the bitter medication, drinking it down with similarly awful water that gave off a taste of chlorine. Maybe it wasn't Vova's mitten. Maybe it wasn't a mitten at all. Just like the forest monsters. And Olya's owl. Am I going mad? What's happening to me? Either the pill had an immediate effect, or my overexerted brain didn't let fear inside anymore. Serenity washed over me, bringing yawny indifference along with it.
Anton, you done? See, you can do it. Wait, see, you can do it. See, you can do it when you try. Take off your coat. Are you asleep?
No, Mom, I was just thinking.
What about, I wonder?
It's just something silly. Mom scrutinized me with suspicious eyes. As if she wasn't sure she was looking at her own son and not some doppelganger that came back from the forest.
Is everything alright? You had the exact same expression when the policeman asked you about the window.
I'm alright, Mom. She heaved a deep sigh.
Fine.
It seemed like the house had changed. The sofa's fabric had become discolored. Fingerprints appeared on the bathroom tiles. The light bulb also felt different, dimmer and yellower. Even the saliva inside my mouth had a different taste.
It tastes like a pill.
Yeah.
And bleach.
I'm wondering if they're drugging their son.
Well,
I mean, besides with anxiety medications.
yeah. I'm just wondering how they afford medication when they can't afford food.
I'm wondering if he's their son at all.
Well, he looks like his sister.
Yeah, but I mean that whole thing with the nephew.
Yeah. Well, the biggest problem is he looks like his sister, but Mom and Dad don't have any blonde
No.
at all on them.
No. And I mean, genetics are like that, but...
Well, yeah, it has a tendency of jumping and stuff like that, but they also didn't look like Grandma either.
No. It's very odd.
But that could have been on Dad's side of the family, Grandma.
Yeah. A melody from Aladdin could be heard from the upper floor. Olya was done rewatching her favorite Little Mermaid episodes and switched to the other tapes.
Those poor tapes.
Yes.
I don't know if anyone actually has those tapes anymore, but I do. I still have most of those.
I'm pretty sure we have some in storage still.
But yeah, those tapes don't last forever.
No, they're just plastic after all. I slowly changed into my home clothes, stopped over the sink, and studied my reflection in the mirror, like I was trying to solve one of those spot the differences puzzles. Then I went upstairs. Jafar's and Iago's voices died down. I walked past Olya's bedroom and slipped into my own. Okay, I guess we're opening that. One of the drawers was empty. I hid the mitten in there. This simple action drained the last bit of strength from me. I sat on the bed. And only then I noticed there was someone behind the curtains. My tired hand dropped to the sheets. Whether it was due to medication I took or the stress I underwent, the room began to contort, as if the wind was blowing the walls like a pair of sails. The room's corners bent and undulated. The only stable thing in the whole room was the figure between the windowsill and the curtains. A flimsy piece of cloth was stuck to my hidden visitor. Just like a savant of sorts. Olya? Who else would be standing there? I stood up and licked my dried lips. Yeah, Olya, it's so funny. The silhouette was unmoving. It was enveloped softly by the curtains, as if there was a thick layer of darkness there, not a human being. I reached toward the curtains. Ba-dump, ba-dump. Beat my heart, controlled by medication. The wind sang in the field with a chorus of voices. For a second, I wanted to return to the bed, just lie down and watch the person behind the curtain, knowing full well they were looking back at me. They're looking without blinking, waiting for me to fall asleep. Plastic rings rustled against the holder when I pulled open the curtains. Gotcha! Sorry.
Gotcha!
I knew it was you from the beginning. A blindingly bright halo lit up above Olya's head with the setting sun as the background. My sister was shining. When she was just a baby, Dad always used to say she was shining with happiness. I always retorted, "But Dad, she's not some flashlight." But I brought her to the window one day, and sunlight poured on her smiling face. I felt like I was holding a child woven from light.
I saw everything.
Oh, really?
What did you hide?
She was just like my mom when she was little, before she put on her sad mask of tiredness and switched to her commanding tone of voice. It's nothing, just... Olya ran up to the table, her eyes round, and asked,
You stole something and hid it there. Are you a thief?
What? Don't be stupid. I didn't steal anything. A clear image came to mind, that mitten hanging from a tree branch. Ugh. What if I did steal it after all? From the forest, from the tilted figure standing behind black trees. Olya could be selfish and stubborn when she wanted.
Then show me.
Swear that you won't tell anyone. Then I'll show you. Olya wore a plotting smile.
I swear on Mom's heart.
Little girl, you don't want to do that. An oath she heard in one of the movies about the pioneers we've watched. Don't say things like that. Olya nodded and made a gesture with her hand, locking her mouth with an imaginary key.
Ow, I just smacked myself in the nose. Bravo, Megan!
She was filled with curiosity that was splashing in her giant eyes. I opened the drawer and Olya leaned in, holding her breath. It looked like there was not just a simple mitten, but some sort of exotic creature. You know what? Nailed it. Nailed it.
Good job! I probably couldn't do any better.
Okay.
Is this someone's mitten?
She said that as if she couldn't understand what she saw. A certain boy lost it, and got lost himself. Now you do understand how dangerous it is for kids to wander into the forest, right? Like I hadn't just done that.
He must be really cold out there. Will they find him?
They will. The police are going house to house, showing his photo to everybody. Olya traversed the room with care and pressed her tiny palms against the window.
And why are they going to houses and not the forest? Are they scared?
The question caught me off guard. The police aren't scared of anything. Yeah, right, flashed in my clouded mind. Did they really check every nook and cranny where darkness, cold, and whispers of icy branches dwell? If that's the case, how did they miss the mitten? Or did it appear later, for me? I changed the topic, as if trying to get Olya as far away as possible from the forest thicket. We may get a reward if I go and find this boy by myself. A lot of stuff, like in Field of Wonders. Sounds cool, right? Olya wasn't listening to me. She was piercing the forest with incredibly adult eyes, uncharacteristic for her.
What if the owl got him?
Nonsense. An owl wouldn't be able to lift a human.
Bravo!
But you know what? I was picking my words with utmost care. I forced them out of my overexerted brain. Stay away from that forest. I think it's... How should I put it? I think it's cursed or something.
Just like the fairy tale.
No, not like that. More like that spooky tape Mom and Dad are hiding from us. Not that tape, Meg!
Mom!
Olya shivered and stole a glance at the window.
No one wants to see that tape.
Nobody.
I saw you running over.
I almost... I saw the tape myself. Sorry, I couldn't help it.
My eyes! It burns!
No wonder the water's bleached.
I'm getting hungry. Yeah, right. Trying to cleanse themselves of their sins.
Yeah, no kidding.
I am getting hungry. How about you?
We can put this on pause and...
Yeah. I think both of us need a break. starting to get thirsty, too.
I figured you would.
I forgot that reading makes me thirsty, okay? Shh.
Let's see if we can get to a...
Yeah.
I saw you running away. Someone was chasing you.
No, it's just... I was hurrying back home so Mom wouldn't be worried. As I looked at my sister, my heart was tearing apart. She was so fragile. It was so easy to stifle her light. A gust of wind, and her small fire would be gone.
You're lucky. Mom won't even let me go outside. I'm a little princess in a tower. Can't go anywhere. I'll die from boredom here.
You're wrong. No one has ever died of boredom. And you have me and your cartoons, and Mom and Dad will be good to each other soon. Yeah, right.
You know what? I would wish for on my next birth. You know what would I wish for on my next birthday?
It's to stop watching Mom and Dad's tape! Because it burns!
It burns.
I wish for Mom and Dad to turn into children so we could go and play together like we used to.
Yeah. And if you make them as small as bugs, we could place them in a little box.
Now you have to get along.
We don't want more tapes, kid. Don't do it. Olya giggled and tugged at my sleeve.
Tony, let's go watch Aladdin.
Fatigue won over my desire to be with my little sister. I was washed over by some sort of heinous apathy. I'm too tired. I don't want to.
Come on. It's so boring alone, and Mom is always busy. We can pick a cartoon you haven't seen before.
I know all of our tapes by heart at this point.
Not all of them. I found that tape.
No! Olya, put it back!
Not all of them. You haven't watched Peter Pan. Peter in the Pan.
That was bad.
I know.
That was really bad, Meg.
I'm sorry. I had to say something.
Remember how you fell asleep in the middle of it? And so much happened after that. Let's go, let's go!
Maybe a little bit later.
Should I tell you how it ends?
Let's leave that for tomorrow.
I won't tell you tomorrow. I know! Let's play hide and seek!
Boy's gonna go sleep in that closet, isn't he?
With the blade.
No, Olya.
Then draw me a dino.
Olya, please.
Draw it! Draw it!
Will you leave me alone already? I blurted it out without thinking, and then I was immediately taken aback. I'd never screamed at my little sister like that. Olya stared at me in shock. Her lips started trembling, a precursor to tears. My chest was seething with disgust and embarrassment. What's happening to me? I hurried to prevent Olya from crying. It's prepubescence, boy. You'll be fine. All right, you win. Let's go watch cartoons for a bit.
I don't wanna.
I came up to her, put my hand on her soft head. Let's go. Let's go watch Peter Pan.
Boo! You'll fall asleep again.
I smiled and lifted her chin. Her eyes were wet and felt bottomless. I promise I won't. and I'll draw you a full Triceratops later.
Hooray! Trip Pops.
Well, close enough. Olya rubbed her eyes with the sleeve of her pajamas, and a shining smile returned to her face.
I'll go ask Mom for
Condensed.
milk and bread, and you rewind the tape. I'll ask Mom for the tape.
No!
No, Olya, no! Don't do it!
The bread is fresh, just how you like it.
All right, just be careful not to spill the milk. Or you'll get yelled at again.
Wanna bet I won't spill it? The tape
No,
is
not the tape.
The tape is somewhere in the nightstand. Look for it.
Olya disappeared into the doorway, and I dragged my feet into the neighboring room. I think this is where we can stop.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So, we'll be back. I am hungry and thirsty, and I'm sure Meg is too. So.
So yeah, we'll be right back, and we'll keep going with this and have some jokes about the tape again.
Probably. We tend to beat these jokes like a dead horse.
So, alright, we'll be back.
DigsBTW7. Welcome to my channel. DigsBTW7 said. What's up, have a great stream.
Alright. We're back.
Yay!
So, recap.
That tickles dog. Go slave.
The main character has found a glove that he thinks belongs to the missing boy.
Yep. And,
And he's seeing creatures, and so is the little sister.
yeah. His mom's making him take some weird medication, so I'm wondering, like, is the medication causing the hallucinations, or is the medication to cure hallucinations?
Yeah, who knows? By the way, if you don't remember, I'm Mega Anime.
And Sylvie Sommers back again.
Sorry it took us so long. We wanted certain treats, but we had to go somewhere else just to get it.
Yeah. I have a brick of chocolate pretzels.
And did it break on you?
Oh, I have to force them apart. They're like literally all melted together.
Oh, I'm fine. I meant, like, did it break in your hand when you...
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I broke it in the bag. Hey, you get your nose away from that dog. Don't swing that way.
Come on. Go lay down. Go lay down.
Oh, we're still on the Be Right Back screen.
Yeah, I haven't turned it over yet.
Okay.
So I know that. I didn't know if you wanted to finish eating your
Nah.
pretzel or...
Okay, I'm gonna, yeah.
Make sure you have enough liquid in your system.
Mm-hmm.
7-Blit. Welcome to my channel.
Hi again, Seven.
Welcome to the channel.
Okay. I have food in my belly. Let's do this.
Alright.
I love that effect.
Yeah, so do I.
Olya disappeared into the doorway, and I dragged my feet into the neighboring room. Time to turn the TV on!
Let's see. Is there anything else? Ah! Chippendale!
Oh,
That is cute! Is there anything you want me to click on?
oh no.
Oh, Chippendale doesn't have a little thing. Why does she have a sewing machine under her bed?
Might be a practice machine.
Hopefully it's a protective for kids.
I'm more concerned about the mannequin head
Where?
beside the sewing machine.
That's a teddy bear.
Oh, is it? Oh, sorry, pup. I can't really see from where I'm sitting, but yeah, that makes more sense. Go lay down!
Ollie, go lay down.
Bruh!
Go lay down. Go on. Go lay down. You don't need to speak. Go lay down.
Okay.
Okay.
The old photon TV was gathering dust in the corner.
Ugly. Dust.
Mm-hmm. All that was left was clicking the button on the front panel. I'm thinking it's that big black one, huh? Spooky. The tube warmed up and familiar white noise started dancing on the black screen. I almost reached out to turn on the VCR when the noise calmed down and a blurry image appeared for a moment. Oh, I knew that was going to happen. It was a dark taiga forest, just like the one outside my window. The picture split the screen in half. Turn it up a bit.
I don't think you can understand it anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Something creepy resembling human speech was coming out of the speaker. Just a few moments later, the scenery was again overshadowed by noise. Did I catch some rogue signal? Local TV station only really showed Soviet cartoons, and even that was pretty rare. And only just recently I used to always watch Robotech before school. It was so awesome. Maybe I should tinker with the antenna. What if I change this channel again? On the other hand, Olya had asked me to find the tape. It wouldn't be nice to disappoint her. But in my sleepy state, I didn't have the strength to do all of it. I sifted through the shelves full of dolls and blue hippos from Kinder Surprise.
Okay, this has to be in America.
No, it's Russia.
Is it?
Yeah. I mean, Kinder Surprise it's illegal in the United States because it's a choking hazard.
No. So we're looking for Peter Pan.
Oh, it's right on top. Nope, that's Predator. Never mind.
Yes, let's watch Predator.
Scar that poor child. Oh. What's that one over there?
Pick.
I don't know.
I have no idea.
Okay, well, it's
There's-
really hard to see.
He'll probably find it with no problem.
Yeah. I found the tape I needed thanks to its shabby spine. Okay, I guess it's that one. I got the black rectangle from its box. The tape inside it rustled while rewinding to the beginning. This rustle was lulling me to sleep. Drowsiness attacked me while I was squatting before the TV. Images whirled in my head, me and Olya flying above the forest, tumbling in the soft clouds. My little sister is laughing, but her smile becomes more and more forced with every passing second. I notice that the clouds underneath us part, bearing the bristly pine tops. Swampy darkness slurred among the trees. The wings are no longer able to hold us, and Olya.
You haven't started without me, have you?
My sister brought the tray with unevenly cut bread and a whole can of condensed milk. I rubbed my eyes. No, come sit.
Mom and Dad are arguing again.
They're going through rough times.
Rough times are lame.
On the screen, Wendy was hiding Peter Pan's shadow into the dresser. Oops, I guess that's yours now. On the screen, Wendy was hiding Peter Pan's shadow into the dresser. Olya was entertained by the cartoonish dog, Nana.
Maybe Mom and Dad will buy us a dog too.
I'm surprised they can actually use this.
Yeah, well, it's Russia. Yeah, right.
I'll have my own dog in Neverland, and a cat, and a parrot.
Olya smeared a slice of bread with a thick layer of condensed milk and handed it to me.
Have you lost all of your baby teeth?
Obviously. Olya frowned, deep in thought.
Peter Pan has baby teeth.
How the heck would you know that?
I guess she assumed.
What if they won't let you go to his land with adult teeth.
Aww.
What
That
is
is adorable.
his land with adult teeth?
We'll think of something.
Well, ask Dad to alter your age in the passport.
Yeah, that's how you get thrown into federal prison.
No, that's how you get to Neverland.
What?
That's how you go to Neverland.
Sure. And why would Dad forge documents? Olya took a bite from the sandwich and started talking with her mouth full.
Okay.
At least it's not powdered donuts.
Yep.
WIWW.
You will. You want me to do it?
No, is it Will?
Yeah, she's speaking with her mouth full.
Okay.
You will. I heard Mom say he did that before.
Uncle Bob.
What?
Your turn.
You'll grow ears as big as Dumbo's. Olya got worried and touched her ear. I smiled to myself. My little sister was silent now. She just devoured bread, watching the adventures of Peter Pan, Tinker Bell, and James Hook. As if she got sucked into the fairy tale of Neverland. To be honest, I also imagined myself there, in a land where no one ever ages, where no one ever argues over little things, where no one listens to fights and the sound of broken plates at night. It felt like I was dreaming with my eyes still open. Then my sister's scream pulled me back to reality. Tony, shut the... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Tony, shut the curtain fast!
Why? No one's watching you.
It's dark, and when it's dark, the owl comes. I'm scared.
I got out of bed, fighting my drowsiness, and closed the curtains. Oh, there's gonna be something out there. I did my best not to look outside, toward the treetops, toward the taiga forest, which now seemingly grew closer and closer. I saw you. Dog trying to steal my food. Of course, it was just a visual effect from the shadow of branches scraping the snow.
Alien Gathering. Welcome to my channel.
Hi, welcome.
Hello.
Tony, Mom thinks I made the owl up. And Dad, too, thinks I'm a liar since I'm small. But the owl exists. Honestly, it does. You do believe me, right? That's it. Come every night. And
I swiftly grabbed Olya's hand and looked her in the eyes. I was trying to transfer at least some of my courage and determination.
And we're still eating.
I'm hungry. But did I really have those qualities? Yes, I believe you, alright? Just don't nag our parents.
Whoa. Continue.
Just don't nag our parents about it anymore. They're already dealing with a lot, so they'll just get mad at you. Come and tell me if anything happens. And don't look out the window.
but it wants me to look.
That's why you don't. Doesn't matter. Act like it doesn't exist and never existed. Like it's made up. Just like Mom and Dad said.
Just like Mom and Dad's tape.
It doesn't exist. It'll get tired of waiting and fly away. It was madness, but after everything that's happened recently, I was more and more inclined to believe Olya's owl existed.
Yeah, no kidding.
Mm-hmm.
If two people see certain things and stuff like that, it has to be real. Isn't it?
May not be what you think it is, but it's real. ... We followed Peter Pan's adventures as if nothing had happened, as if the forest didn't kidnap kids, as if our parents weren't tearing each other apart bit by bit. Captain Hook was running away from a crocodile, and Peter Pan was headed to London on a gilded sailboat. By some miracle, I lasted longer than my sister. Olya's eyes had dropped. She started snoring lightly, resting her chin on the side of the bed. I stood up and left Olya's room. I was looking out the window, studying the field, when Mom peeked into my room.
Enough playing around. It's your first day at school tomorrow. Go to bed. You should sleep properly. You don't want to be teased for being sleepy, right? Thanks, Mom.
Adults think everything is so simple.
Yeah, no kidding.
Mm-hmm. As if sound sleep would ensure my classmates would like me. I covered myself with a blanket up to my neck and listened to the house humming, just something invisible rustling in the corners. My inner voice had a question for me. Do I want to hear that mysterious flute again? Yes or no? Maybe it's just part of growing up and I can't fully understand my own desires. The forest wailed behind the barrier that was my walls. Some ethereal entity wandered the fields. Branches shook as if calling for me. The wind howled on and on in the night. My thoughts were like annoying flies that entered my head before becoming weak and tangled. I didn't notice how I fell into slumber. Oh, that was it?
That was episode 1.
Oh, okay. I don't know what it wants. I guess we click the back arrow? So is that it? I'm gonna look it up. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to look it up. And download Tiny Bunny 2.
Give us a second, and we'll see if there's Tiny Bunny 2.
They say it's out now, according to Google. Yeah, because we just played the prologue, didn't we?
I believe so.
Mm-hmm. I see that other people have already watched and played it on YouTube.
Yeah, I found it.
Oh, good.
I'm just trying to figure out how to... Oh, okay, there it is. I was gonna say, like, what the heck? I thought I bought it.
Sorry, guys. We thought it was all of the episodes in one.
Yeah, I thought I already bought the game. I guess I didn't. So let me buy the game and we'll...
And we'll continue onward. Although, we may have to start over.
Well, it might be a different story in the
Yeah,
prologue.
we'll see.
So we'll be right back.
Dubduke1. Welcome to my channel.
Убери книгу немедленно.
Нет, это нечестно. Он крутится как кила, он летучий дьявол. Хорошо, Крюк. Теперь ты свободен, можешь уплывать. Никогда больше не возвращайся.
Alright, so we went through the whole. Well, no, we didn't go through the whole game. We went through the beginning
Everything
of.
we've covered up till this point,
Yep. So, let's start off. Let's begin the game. We'll turn off the light.
yeah. Should we introduce ourselves again?
I'm Mega Anime.
And Sylvie Sommer's back again.
Sorry it took a while.
Yeah, we had to buy the game, and then we had to get to where we left off, and yeah, here we are. It has come after all. The day I feared the most. The first day of a new school term.
Dum bum bum.
Episode 2. Time to play with you. New school, new teachers, and most importantly, new classmates, who I always have trouble connecting with. Like most other kids with glasses, probably. I forced myself to get out of my warm bed. Dad would usually drive me to my old school, but this morning the bedroom of my parents was silent. Did they sleep in? Maybe it was a good thing. I didn't want to get the daddy's boy reputation from day one. My parents were probably still tucked in, dreaming about the good old days, when everything was so simple and easy. Sweet dreams, even if far removed from reality. I silently sneaked out to the first floor so I wouldn't wake up anybody, especially the peacefully sleeping Olya. I did my best not to step on the middle of every floorboard. Did we lose our game? No? Okay. Oh,
Okay.
did it freeze?
It froze for a little bit.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Did you read this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
I used to play like this, even in our old apartment. If my soles touched the space between floorboards, it counted as stepping into lava. The clock was spurring me on with its hands.
Hold on.
Doing technical things, hang with us. What's it doing?
Let's see.
I need to hurry. Faster, faster.
Why is it doing this single thing?
Should we restart the stream?
Shouldn't be anything wrong with the stream.
And what's the problem? Is it the game?
I'm trying to figure out.
So weird. Oh, I see. I was too fast, so I needed to circle the hallway once again. I see. It's like not clicking. What?
Let's see. There it goes.
Boiling lava was busting out of the cracks between floorboards. I needed to watch my step, to survive at any cost. Hippity hop, like a frog jumping on molehills, like a fearful bunny in a grove full of wolves. I made a sandwich in the kitchen, shoved it down my throat, and drank it down with cold tea. My appetite was as good as if someone being led up to the scaffold toward a guillotine. I lowered my gaze and saw that one of my feet was standing on 2 floorboards at the same time. Burnt to a crisp, huh? I moved my foot. Disgusting little snakes writhed into my belly, the fear of getting hit and being called nasty names. The clock clicked. I need to go. It was dark outside, fitting for an early winter morning. This darkness never fully left the houses around here. I took my time tying my shoes, buttoning up the puffy down jacket, trying to delay my unpleasant exit into the semi-dark, into the unnerving unknown. I rubbed my glasses for good luck, though I couldn't remember a single time these thick pieces of glass brought me any good fortune. They're really obsessed over his glasses. The sky was akin to a giant bruise. On the east side of it, a black cloud was swelling up.
All I can say is, like, how does he know that he's going to school on time?
There's a clock.
Was there a clock in his room?
I mean, I don't know. Probably. I am assuming.
Because I don't remember an alarm clock going off to wake him up.
Meh. Details they forgot to put in there. Kind of arbitrary to the mood of the whole thing, I think.
Well, yeah, but when I was a kid, I always had an alarm clock to wake me up for school and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I still need that. Okay. It licked up stars from the sky and extinguished the rising sun. Darkness was plastered all over the treetops. The cautious cries of birds got tangled up in the thicket. I locked the front door with a long key that I wore around my neck. My parents made me wear this noose, afraid that I, being a total klutz that I am, could lose the key otherwise. The wind whizzed on the other side of the gate. It invited me into my new life, toward dubious adventures, and tagged along like an old buddy, pushing me in the back. Wide shadows that pines threw out covered a third of the clearing. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, I hid my nose in the coat's collar. I was squeezing through the thin firebreak, my hair ruffled up and my back hunched over. Tall trees stood on both sides of the shiny trail.
And also, you think that his parents would be telling him not to go to school without them taking him.
Well, whether they told him or not, it's pretty clear this kid doesn't listen.
Pretty much, yeah. Because I'd be worried if a kid goes missing.
Yeah.
I'd be worried about my
And
kid.
I mean, even if the kid hadn't gone missing, you don't know what's hiding in those woods.
Yeah, no kidding. Especially those wild dogs that just popped up.
Oh yeah, you don't know if they're going to attack. The snowy blanket rustled under my feet, and the canopy of intertwined branches above my head cut me off from the already sparse starlight. The night had no plans of moving away from the forest. In this darkness, trees reminded me of shaggy old women that smelled of burial earth. Their trunks turned into cracked, wrinkled faces with holes in the middle as their mouths. If I lost focus for even a moment, mold-covered witches would drag me into the forest's depths. Then my parents would be walking around these parts, screaming my name. Timothy. But the dead can't answer the living.
Bum, bum, bum.
Brr. Or can they?
Grandma!
You don't look so good, Grandma.
I don't remember you dying in the woods. I remember you in a coffin with ants that were crawling and opening your eyes.
This kid sure has one fucked up imagination. Ugh. A sense of panic was growing in my chest. I was fine with Dad carrying me into the school in his hands by now if it saved me from watching the darkness rise up in the ravines like black dough. It felt like someone jumped into the bushes behind me, so I turned around. As soon as I started walking faster, I heard the snow squeak behind me. The forest took a deep breath with its giant lungs. The windfall cracked. The wind and the birds were left behind in the field. Now I could only hear the forest creak. I walked, listened closely, and the unseen presence grew stronger.
I'm glad this kid knows exactly where school is through the forest, because...
I don't know how he would, but, as if someone was following me, trying to match the pace of my footsteps.
Because I'd probably be totally lost.
I don't think I'd even go. It'd be like waking my parents up, like, yo, we gotta go. I'm not walking alone.
Especially in the winter. Come on!
Oh, yeah. No. No. I turned my head so fast it made my neck crunch.
I
He
turned my
popped
head.
his neck.
I turned my head so fast I crippled myself.
Yeah, really.
Now I'm crippled in the middle of the forest.
Well, shit. A tiny trail behind me disappeared into the darkness. Tree branches overlapped, forming a natural tunnel. Do not follow it.
Yeah, no kidding.
Who's there? The question escaped my lips and dissolved into the unending creaking sound of the wooden idols, the pines around me. Why did I think going through the forest alone was a good idea? I'm either going mad, or someone had intentionally lured me away from home. I don't think that's the case. Distant lights granted me a smidgen of hope. A country road.
Country road, take me home. Sorry, couldn't help it.
I ran there as fast as I could, as if afraid that the trail will shrink. Clawed hands will grab me by the shoulders, turn me around, and make me look at the faces of hungry forest denizens. In the end, nobody stopped me. I almost flew to the decrepit wooden bridge, disbelieving my luck. The bridge's supports bathed in a spring, tarry and ice cold. I put my hands on my knees and looked up at the forest. Then snorted, trying to calm my breathing. The thicket was pretending to be asleep. It looked peaceful, lifeless. The remaining part of my commute lied through a snow-laden road, illuminated by sparse lamplights. I chased away bad thoughts and ran as fast as I could, from one circle of light to another, seeking protection from electric lamps. Just like in that game, where you need to be the first to proclaim, I'm protected. Well, looks like there's something to look at there.
Let's see what game it was.
Tag, a kid's game where one player needs to tag the other player by touching them with their hand and making them it. In certain zones, normally called the goal, players can stay safe from tagging. Interesting, they play it a little differently there. It's just in this case that protection was flimsy at best, with darkness writhing outside its bounds. Then I noticed something remarkably
Welcome
eerie.
to my channel.
Welcome! A bear! Well, get ready for a jump scare. In a place where the light from an inclined lamp couldn't reach, a hairy, crooked shadow came alive with a guttural roar. Ooh. Nom nom nom. It eat. It almost felt like its features deterred light. Its unnatural pose instilled fear. My eyes almost popped out of their sockets as I just stood there, blinking, trying to chase away that illusion. But the shadow didn't disappear, and even got closer. My insides were gripped by horror. I stepped back and almost fell into a snow pile. The black silhouette, on the other hand, straightened up and addressed me in a sweet voice.
Sneaking around, huh? Trying to steal my soul.
Words got stuck in my throat. Who could be talking in such a silky voice here, between the forest and the dormant village?
Silky voice, okay.
You got this.
Well, you say something, dummy? A cat got your tongue? Alright, I'll bite off your nose then. That'll teach you not to poke it in places it doesn't belong.
Sorry. A girl stood before me, judging from the voice and the silhouette. But I couldn't even reprimand myself for getting scared by a girl before noticing a gaping mouth under her hood with something dangerously shiny inside. I was stunned. Oh. From the cavity of her hood, a frighteningly real fox face was staring straight at me. It's just her jaws weren't moving and her eyes weren't blinking, so she's wearing a mask. A mask! It's just a girl with a fox mask on. At least I wanted to think that. After a surprise like that, a nervous smile involuntarily crept onto my face. I was just going to school, and then you.
What about me? Never seen a fox feed a dog?
Oh. And indeed, there was a small dog circling the girl's legs. One of the strays that were chasing me yesterday, probably. Sorry, I didn't mean to. After hearing my voice, the dog whimpered, lowered its ears, sniffed me out, and then started wagging its tail. I guess I still smelled of bologna that I ate for breakfast. I was shifting my gaze back and forth from the dog to the girl. She didn't seem scary anymore, just weird.
So, you don't mean to, huh? So you didn't mean to, huh? What's your name?
I'm Anton. And you?
And I'm not.
Wow, okay.
And I'm not.
Okay, bitch. I see how it is. She's weird. Definitely has a couple screws loose. But she has a nice voice. My astonishment has turned into a mix of happiness and relief. This girl I didn't know was definitely human, if a bit eccentric. I was also a bit angry at myself. This foxy girl was walking through the darkness without a problem, and I shuddered from every little sound. I could just walk away, but this girl had piqued my interest. The next time a police officer asks me about my friends at the new place, I'll tell him that I befriended a talking fox. A fucking... fucking... Okay. Yes, that. Do you live around here? In the village?
Sorry. That's what I heard.
Yeah, alright, that works. Oh, she spun around so hard the hem of her coat lifted up.
No, dummy. Foxes don't live in villages.
So you live in the forest then?
Have you been living under a rock? It's obvious that foxes can't survive anywhere near humans. As long as they are foxes.
Her jokes were also weird. Just like her carnival mask. Paper mache with fur glued onto it.
Aww.
A dog reminded us of its existence with a loud bark. I unfastened my backpack. Dad would sometimes throw food in there without my knowledge. Cookies, apples, or even my favorite crab sticks.
Crab sticks?
Crab.
Blech.
You don't like crab?
I don't like anything from the water.
Oh.
I'm a fish. I don't eat my own kind.
He called it a gift from the bunny.
The gift from a bunny.
Treat from the bunny. An uneaten part of a business lunch or a treat specifically bought for children. Parents would tell their children that a bunny asked them to deliver said treat, but it could also be any other animal, a squirrel or a bear, for example. The stray dog strolled toward me with mincing footsteps, with a pleading look in its eyes. Aww. The fox did definitely treat it to something, but it was probably still hungry. Why are you dressed like this so early in the morning? Going to a costume party? The girl shrugged, throwing silvery snowflakes off of her nose, and her human form along with them, turning into a genuine beast. A real fox, agile, cunning, dangerous. A moment of hesitation and you'll be ripped to shreds. She'll tear you up and gulp you down without breaking a sweat. I couldn't help but just stand there as a stump. Until I heard her calm, melodic laughter, hidden beneath the beastly mask.
I wish you could have seen your own mask, sweetie.
Did she say sweetie? I got embarrassed, went red up to my hair roots. We'd seen a fox in a zoo once, when we went there with Dad, but it had patchy fur, was gray and skinny. But this girl was of a fiery color and furry, just like in fairy tales. I was still rummaging through my backpack. My fingers, that were searching for the dog's treat, stumbled upon some soft, crumbled object.
You'll see. The real beast will wake up soon. You should ask them where they got their human faces.
The girl's shadow was dancing in the lamp's light. The dog yapped in agreement. I freaked out and dropped my findings in the snow without getting a proper chance to examine it. Cold wind instantly covered the hole it created with snow. The dog rushed to dig it out, wanting to get its treat. And the fox just snorted. Now I was so embarrassed I wanted to sink through the snow. It was still dark outside of the electric circle. On the contrary, the darkness seemed even more thick. All neighboring houses were sleeping deeply in its inkiness. I did my best to continue the conversation with the weird girl I didn't know. So, are you going to school?
Oh my, you are a real dummy. Don't you get it?
Well, I was trying to be friendly, but she can't stop mocking me. Calling me a dummy and all. I should have just moved along without paying any attention to this weirdo and her stupid dog. Why are you so mean? Don't answer if you don't want to. It's not like I care. Still, something froze me in place, tugged me toward the dark figure. A mysterious appearance, her voice that was velvety and just languid enough. I was intrigued and excited. I watched her as people watch fires burn.
Oh, stop pouting. Look here.
Sulka, I think.
Sulkai took a liking to you.
The dog was digging through the snow with sharp movements, snorting loudly. The fox turned around and looked at the windows of nearby houses, as its timbered front through the white mist. The tip of her fake nose was shining under the lamp's light.
And maybe someone else too.
I went red again, like a boiled crayfish this time. Is she talking about herself or someone else? I hoped that the semi-dark would be able to hide my embarrassment from this girl. I cleared my throat before asking. And who's that person? I waited, counting my heartbeat. The fox didn't reply. Her sly stare was scanning the frosty patterns of someone's windows. She was reading them like a glass book. I wonder what she can see through those winter paintings. The stray stopped rummaging through the snow. I knew it was going to be the damn mitten.
I wonder who put it in their backpack.
Who knows? It ran to me, holding my object in her jaws. A mitten. Could it be the one I found in the forest? What is it doing here? When I looked closer, I realized that it was just my mitten. Maybe Mom stuffed it in there when I was asleep. A certain missing boy immediately came to mind. Hey, do you know anything about Vova? Oh, I wonder if Vova, like, she was talking about how, like, the beasts and stuff. Like, I wonder if Vova returned to an animal. Like, maybe if he was, like, an animal person, like she is. Oh.
There's no vulva for the word. I was hoping maybe it'd tell us, like, what it means for...
Well, Vova's his name.
Well, I know, but what does vulva mean?
I don't know. Okay. Well, shoot, I'll look it up real quick. Universal ruler, so it doesn't really mean anything that could mean, well, that could give us any clues. Okay, I imagined the scene, silhouettes dancing in the clearing. The dance on the night when Vova had disappeared. A boy who, when found, can provide a big reward and maybe save my family. I remembered my birthday when our parents promised to take me and Olya to Disneyland in Paris. But instead of a long-anticipated gift, they gave me a simple brick game console, visibly embarrassed. I was crying my eyes out back then, demanding them to take me to the promised amusement park. That was the first time when Mom and Dad had a big fight. My greediness shattered their relationship.
That's not really greedy.
It's not your fault. It's a normal reaction for a kid to be upset.
Yeah, no kidding. It's like, if a parent promised you to go to Disneyland in Paris,
Yeah.
it's a promise.
And I mean, even if they couldn't fulfill it, and that's understandable, they're gonna have to calmly explain it to the kid, and just sitting there yelling at each other isn't going to help.
No, pretty much if you explain to the child, like, well, we don't have the money at this time.
Yeah, things went
Maybe-
south, life happened, we're sorry.
Yeah, Dad lost his job, stuff happens,
Yeah.
da-da-da-da-da. But pretty much getting in a fight between each other and not even telling the kid, like,
Yeah, really.
and making the kid feel like it's his fault for it, it's
Yeah.
stupid.
I'm sure it wasn't their intention, but if you don't, like, explain things to the kid, they're gonna make their own assumptions.
Yeah, because right now he blames himself for the parents fighting when it's not the
Yeah,
it's not the
their
kid.
fault.
Yeah, it might
Or
have,
not his fault.
like, maybe one of the parents promised to take him to Disneyland, and the other parent didn't even know about it until he brought it up.
Well, maybe. If only I could fix everything, gather everybody I love, and take them to Disneyland. On the night Vova disappeared, I think I saw someone looking like you dancing under my window. It couldn't be true, but I felt like her mask became even more sly. The fox was sniffing me out.
Oh, that got you worried? For yourself or for someone else?
Oh yeah. As soon as I thought about my sister, my chest tightened. A cold sweat streamed down my spine.
Well then, listen closely. A boy named Anton. This is a big and scary forest.
The fox girl stepped forward menacingly.
And I'm not. It's only Tenant.
Mhm.
The other beasts already know about you.
BTW7 said, I once up have a great stream.
Hi, thank you.
Thank you. Beware. We'll come again tonight.
I shouldn't have talked to this evil in child form, I thought, panicking.
When you and your parents will be fast asleep, we'll sneak really close and dance.
Macarena.
Mocker.
What an asshole!
We'll dance, Macarena.
Uh-huh.
Macarena.
Oh my god, she's an asshole!
Look at you. Your mouth is agape.
Antasha.
Antasha. He saw me near his window at night. Yeah, right. Are you by any chance a dimwit? Nobody would let me go outside that late. Children go missing here, you know?
I touched the plastic frame of my glasses, puzzled by her silly joke. Bro, I'd be pissed. That is not fucking funny.
Macarena,
She got me scared to death.
Hey, why don't you stop fondling your glasses? I was also nearsighted once. Listen to me and maybe you'll become smarter. Remember, what do they call foxes?
Cunning? My words seemed to hurt her.
Hey, what did you?
Sorry. Her laughter was akin to the jingle of a pair of silver bells.
Just pulling your leg. Of course we're cunning. If you're an
Agile.
if you're agile and brave enough to befriend a cunning fox, I'll help you look for your Vova. There's a reason why you're doing it, right?
I shrugged in her reply. Her insight was alarming.
I know why children have been swarming around
Swarming our forest.
swarming our forest recently. Sometimes you can find a lot of interesting stuff there. One day, I saw a huge pile of candy once, and I swam in it. I swam in it until my jaw cramped.
A pile of candy? I couldn't deduce whether she believed in what she was saying from the tone of her voice.
It's a cop guy.
She's definitely fucking with him.
Yeah, but I was...
Yeah, the cop guy is luring the children into the forest with piles of candy.
Yep,
What a
with his
weirdo.
van.
I showed her another smile, a fake one this time.
Boo, so worry. Well, what will you say to this then?
She held out her hand in a furry mitten. Don't do it! Don't take candy from strangers! There was an assortment of sweets in her palm. In the city where I used to live, sweets like these were sold at markets or in kiosks. Kiosks, small container-type shops selling a wide assortment of products from bubblegum to vodka, clothing, or even home appliances. These types of shops were popular in 90s Russia, and more often than not tied to criminal organizations. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me, really. I saw my favorite bubblegum in a vivid wrapper among the tasty treasure. Yeah, probably
Turbo.
that, yeah. A familiar name was on it. Turbo. A triangular fox face poked her nose toward me.
Take some.
No.
My pockets are full of these. Take it or refuse.
Oh, I don't know. What do you think?
Would be more interesting.
Probably to take it. You think so? Or to
Probably.
refuse?
Too bad we don't have a quarter.
We can do rock, paper, scissors. I'll be on take, you be on refuse.
Okay. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock,
Hold on. I was laughing too hard.
rock, paper, scissors.
Damn. Okay, so I guess we refuse. No thanks. I didn't want to offend the first person I've made contact with in this new place, but I also didn't want to take gum off the hands of some weird girl. What if she found it in a snow pile? Or what if it's prank candy, the kind that blows up in your face when you unwrap it? I'm allergic to sweets.
Well, that's a lie. Alert? What?
She sounded puzzled.
Are you living in the world of pills and mixtures?
Well, more or less.
Well, she got the pills right.
Yeah, really. The fox whistled. Her palm was empty now. It floated in the air, catching snowflakes now that all the candy had suddenly disappeared. Damn good thing we didn't take that.
Somehow she got it down her sleeve very well.
Yeah, right. Magic trick.
And you only celebrate New Year's once in 12 months, right? And you have those...
She clicked her fingers, trying to remember something.
Mondays?
Yeah. I smiled.
Man, you're a difficult case. I prescribe you a kilo of chocolate to battle your boredom, young man.
Who are you?
Let's say, yuck, you rejected the candy.
I refrained from asking that question. She wouldn't answer anyway, or she'll just lie. I really wanted to see what's behind her mask. No, you don't! I was becoming more and more sure that underneath it wasn't just a simple young girl.
What if Volva also found a snow pile with sweets and is now rolling in it? Actually, what if he decided to stay in the forest? He must be so cold without his second mitten then.
Yeah, she knows something.
I don't know if she's like one of the shadows that were watching him take the mitten or something like that.
I think she was, but we'll see. The wind caught her words like smoke from a fire and carried them deep into the darkness, into the creepy thicket. The trees behind me creaked with their bony branches.
Or what if something happened to him along the way? Something terrible.
The forest reacted to her words, became alive. It sniffed me out, perking up its ears, just like a curious beast. The fox girl pierced me with her eyes again. Wild beasts?
You find that scary?
Well, I don't know.
He doesn't know. Oh my, have I befriended a dunce?
I didn't like being called a dunce, yet being friends with her sounded nice. My grades are good.
Really now? Will you come with me, good great Anton? We'll find your Vava, and you'll be able to ask him what he found deep in the forest. As long as you're with me, nothing can hurt you in the forest. You'll see.
Worms of worry writhed in my belly. Better run, whispered my mind. I don't believe you.
Do you take me for a liar? Whatever, you're just like everybody else.
The girl sounded hurt, although I didn't know if she was genuine about it. She turned around as if she had immediately lost all interest in me. I remember my dad's favorite saying, "Where are your manners, son?" Indeed, this fox was kind to me. Please don't get mad. Foxes can also be nice. Like in fairy tales. I just need to know what kind of fox you are. The girl giggled, hiding the nose of her mask in her hands.
Then follow me into the forest and you'll get to know me.
Did the smile on that mask get wider and creepier?
In some ways, yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
But not right now. When it gets bright, I mean, your whole body is shaking, you poor thing. I don't want you to get a stroke. Hey, let me accompany you to school.
After hearing this, the dog barked in agreement and stopped messing with the mitten. I leaned in, trying to grab the piece of handwear that almost ran away from me. Well, if we're going in the same direction... We went toward the school and the lost dawn. Here and there the lights came in on the windows of the houses we passed, as if their inhabitants were sending us warning signs. Silhouettes lurked behind curtains. Dogs let out occasional barks. Spirals of gray smoke rose from chimneys. TVs bustled and dishes clanged in kitchens. We watched the village slowly rise from its slumber while carefully treading the snowy wheel trails. I walked in the left one, and she took the right one. The dog was following right behind us. Hi, welcome.
Welcome.
I expected the fox to bring up something weird again, but she stayed silent all the way to the school, as if playing with me some game only she was privy to. She would only giggle from time to time when the dog sneezed from the snowflakes that fell on its nose. I was the first to break the silence. So, what's your name?
Here it comes. Names, names, names. You people always need to put labels on everything. What name would you give to a fox like me?
I don't know. But I've read about Alyssa the fox.
You know what? I don't mind. I'll be Alyssa.
I couldn't understand if she was joking or not. I turned around, as if looking for an answer from the dog, from the dark sky devoid of dawn. My silent questions were left unanswered. The school's outline was already in our sight. A giant brick box stuck in the endless night. Light in its windows didn't bode well for me. The warden trees were guarding the schoolyard. Screams, childish laughter, and someone's whistling tore up the silence. I went here with my mom when we just moved, and the place looked cozy at the time. Empty corridors that smelled of polish, puffy snow outside. The second time I came alone to get the books and just kept on imagining my peers rolling down the railings, grade schoolers running to the library, and teachers marching down the corridor with the air of self-importance around them. The high schoolers were smoking at the entrance, in track pants and wool caps perched on their foreheads. Their appearance destroyed the last hopes for a cozy school. Their stingy eyes and the teeth, yellow from nicotine, their smirks, all of it had the same gloomy effect as the cloudy winter morning. Absorbed by my thoughts, I completely forgot about my companion, calling it she's not there anymore. Oh, nope, she's there.
I'll wait for you at the backyard after school, near the hanged man.
The hanged man? Near what? She just ignored my question.
Don't be late.
I hesitated. Blowing hot and cold again. My mom always said that when I would have trouble choosing between two options. Thinking about Mom helped me reply. I'm going straight home after school.
Well, Antansha, I'm going to let you off the hook. But the others will creep up to you with their smiles and sink their teeth into you. Won't be able to shake them off as easily. Remember my words.
Oh, I think you accidentally hid the thing. Oh, shit. How do we... Oh, okay, cool.
Remember my words.
The fox opened her mouth with a wide yawn. What kind of trick is this? Someone running in the distance called out my name. I instinctively turned around. A huge snowball whizzed past my shoulder and hit the dog. Oh, poor doggy. It whimpered and ran toward the spring. The darkness devoured it. The fox girl was also nowhere to be seen. She dissolved into frosty air. Or was she hiding in my shadow? After taking a deep breath, I went toward the school, toward the cutlets and dough, toward the light.
Sorry.
Oh, you're
sorry.
Fine. Interesting. Honk honk. Stop it. There was a fresh-looking Volga parked nearby, with one of its front wheels perched up on the icy curb. Black like soot, as if it was straight out of the horror story Dad loved to tell me when we hid in the attic during a thunderstorm. I remember him always wearing a sad smile while mentioning the black car that snatched children. He would say, "It looks like a funeral car on the inside, white curtains and all. And it has DSC in its license plate. You know what that means? Death to Soviet children."
Gee, thanks, Dad.
Funny, I was born in the USSR too. A tall man was standing near the gate, puffing out clouds of smoke into the wind. He didn't look like a teacher. Was he a PE guy, maybe? I carefully studied his face that looked like it was cut from a piece of granite, and his hair lip that was holding down a cigarette. He was playing around with car keys and staring back at us. The light from the cigarette was reflected in his eyes that were sitting deep in his eye sockets. I froze in place. The hulking man lazily tore off his eyes from us and walked toward the road. Okay, cool. A buzzing crowd of upperclassmen with their winter hats tipped to the side. I'd better not draw their attention.
I wonder what this is.
Whose nest is this, I wonder? The owl. A thieving magpie? Then it probably has all sorts of shiny things in it. Pieces of colorful glass, bottle caps, polished coins, or child's braces. They would just pluck the braces right out of your mouth, too, if they liked them enough. Magpies are assholes. I love them. I could hear muffled voices behind the doors, saw blinking lamps. Darkness creeped along the windows, and it felt like the school was drifting in open space like a lonely, lost spaceship. After going up to the second floor, I noticed a crowd around the notice board. Everyone was taking part in a lively discussion. I moved closer and took a look at something everyone was interested in through a wall of backpacks. There was a piece of paper with something printed on it glued to the left of the notice board. Yep. Attention, child missing. Vova Mati. Yes. 10 years old. Vova, 10 years old, grade 4B. He left his home on January the 5th around 4 p.m. and never returned. He was last seen at the bridge over the Smoradina River. He was wearing an orange coat with a hood, a black wool cap, a scarf, and mittens with green stripes. Might have had a plastic toy gun on him. Features: 142 centimeters tall, skinny, brown hair, and green eyes. Please call these numbers if you have any information on Vova's whereabouts. Vova Matukin, that was his name. A 4th grader. On that grainy print, Vova looked dead, with a black mouth and dark, empty eye sockets. Could it be that the darkness dwelling deep in the forest invaded his pores and mutilated his face? A plastic toy gun couldn't protect him from the whispering branches and the howling wind. Empty eyes of the lost boy pierced through my soul, as if pleading. Unable to meet his stare, I turned around and rushed to the window. Took a seat on the windowsill. The corridor was slowly filling up with children in groups of few.
Oh no, it's one of those,
Oh,
what are they called? Schools that you have to wear a skirt if you're a girl, and
maybe.
so it looks like she's wearing a skirt too.
Yeah, maybe. Nobody paid me any mind. In the darkness of school toilets, child's voices were hammering in nursery rhyme. Did you want to read it or should
Oh, fox for the fox and for the bear, bunny, tasty meal prepare.
I turned my head toward them, trying to get a better look at their features, but then my attention was stolen by a loud clicking sound. A female teacher marched down the corridor with her chin raised up high. Her heels were hitting the floor like miniature hooves. A girl was trailing her every step. Oh, I already don't like this bitch.
Yeah, no kidding.
Just look at that face. She was also looking pompous, stopping along the way and whispering some secrets in her friend's ear. She was probably a class rep, since she was carrying an attendance register book.
Katerina, take this, please.
The teacher opened the classroom door, and the crowd of children swarmed in, screaming and pushing. Out of all of them, a tall, red-headed fat boy caught my attention. His face was full of blisters. He looked like the insides of a pomegranate. A bad feeling risen up in the hair on the back of my head. I've seen boys like him before. Unsettling eyes, cackling laughter. The girl, who was a smaller copy of the teacher, warned the boy with a wave of her hand and entered the room through the clearing in the crowd. Some other guys stood in the way of the crowd, and the redhead immediately shoved him.
Move your legs, moron.
The boy flew head first, flailing his hands, trying to keep his balance. The fatso burst out laughing, and a couple kids joined his nasty cackling. Their laughter sounded like someone was snipping with huge garden scissors. The classroom sucked all the kids in. The corridor stood empty. I wanted to grow roots and stay on the windowsill. Hoppity hoppity bunny tracks. Just a handful of lampposts outside were battling the darkness, writhing like fluorescent fish in the black ocean. Maybe I can still run away. Go outside, dissolve in the dark. I imagine myself running through snow, how it squeaks under my boots, and how I'm becoming lighter and lighter with every step. The ringer's trill blew that illusion away. I tore myself from the window with great effort, then took a couple of deep breaths, trying to at least calm down my mad pulse, and entered the classroom. The prim teacher looked at me over the frame of her glasses, clearly annoyed. I'm the transfer student. I was told to come here. The snowy forest trail was winding in front of my eyes. The pines rustled, but it didn't sound predatory anymore. She buried herself in the register and flicked through the pages.
Your last name?
Petrov. Why are you mumbling there?
Why are you mumbling there? Say it clearly.
Petrov.
You're not on the list.
She measured me with a long and heavy stare, as if trying to see if I was lying. I wanted to sink through the floor. Hazy faces observed all of that from the left. The classroom breathed and snorted in unison, like a living organism, like a dangerous beast.
Are you sure? I don't have you in my register.
My knees chose the worst time to start shaking, and I felt dizzy. I clutched my fists so hard my knuckles became white. They told me to come to the classroom 204 to ask for Lilia Pavlovna, class 6C. Apparently, everyone in the classroom took my words for some sort of joke, because they were all laughing.
What's wrong with this school?
The classroom fell silent. The kids hid their smirks for a better occasion.
Why do we hire so many interns? They all know how to put lipstick all over their bulging lips, but when it comes to real problems, I have to solve everything. How did they send you here without any proper paperwork? We've had this same thing happen so many times already. Wait here, I'll be back after I have a little chat with them.
Damn those poor interns. The teacher flew past me, mumbling something to herself in righteous anger, and I was left standing at the center of the classroom, like a convict in front of a firing squad. I lowered my gaze, feeling the mocking stares from all around the classroom directed at me. They prickled my skin. dancing on it like laser sights. Oh. Once again, I imagined running far away from this place, fighting the clawing wind, soaring high above the pines in one long jump, with the wind in my back as my only companion. The eyes of my future classmates were asking, "This new boy, is he one of us or an outsider?" Somebody whispered something and stifled laughter rolled through the classroom. "Wipe the board." Sorry. It was easy to guess who the main prankster here was.
Hey, Four Eyes! Are you not only blind, but also deaf? I said wipe the board.
My knees weren't the only shaking part of my body anymore. I was trembling from head to toe, and I prayed for the teacher to come back sooner. My prayers were answered by the powers that be.
And what should I do with you now? Where will you sit? Please not next to this kid.
Yeah, well, that's the only empty spot it looks like.
Oh well. You can sit with Semyon, I guess. He's alone anyway.
For good reason.
No way!
The fatso put his backpack on the seat beside him in defiance, scratched his belly, and smirked.
Are you back to your old tricks? Should I call your grandma here again?
The classroom went silent.
And what she's gonna do? I'll be the one to do something if she doesn't. Put away your backpack now.
Semyon didn't move a muscle. He started studying the portraits of writers on the wall, looking bored. I needed to do something, to resolve this somehow, to save myself. I cleared my throat and continued in a stifled voice that sounded nothing like me. "I can sit in the last row. I think there's a free seat." The teacher snorted loudly. She looked at me, then at Semyon, then back at me.
Fine, go there for now. And you, Barbaron, I'll have a talk with you later. Come to me after classes. You'll be on cleaning duty. Got it?
Semyon forced out a twisted smile. Juicy pimples were growing on the tip of his nose, ripe for the taking. That is disgusting, kid.
Obviously, he doesn't know how to wash his face.
Yeah, really. I walked carefully, afraid to stumble and fall, causing another outburst of laughter from anyone. I took my seat at the back, at the last table, where I was met with a pile of old posters. The outcasts took their seats, and the class was ready to start.
Now this is settled, let's start the class. Today's theme is Traditions of Russian, an international literature
I think it's Zoshenko's.
Zoshenko's Don't Lie.
The fatso turned back to me. His stare informed me of the coming days, weeks, and months of bullying. "I've got my eyes on you," said his watery look.
Ew.
After just a couple of periods, I had already noticed a huge yellow spit stain in my notebook. Then, at the cafeteria, this Semyon accidentally spilled his glass of compote on me. A dessert drink brewed from a mix of dry fruit and berries. And then he flailed his hands around after exiting the toilet so some of the liquid from his hands would get on me. Oh, that's gross. Just before the final period for today, Semyon pushed me into a buzzing crowd of girls from our class. Oh no! They made way, cursing, but I couldn't hold my balance and ended up ramming my face into the girl I took for the class rep. Right into her chest.
Ow!
I immediately stepped back, dying from embarrassment. I'm sorry, are you all right?
I?
Then she suddenly put her hands on her hips.
Will you look at him? Groping me in front of everyone? I'll tell my mom. They'll expel you, pervert.
There was some sort of sadistic pleasure in her eyes, as if she was a child who was about to put a lit-up match to the chafer beetle. I didn't mean to. He pushed me.
Well, we all saw that. You know, no blind among us.
She stared at my glasses while showing me a creepy smile. I started to fume on the inside, but Semyon's laughter cooled my head.
I pushed you? You sure?
He swaggered up to me, enveloping me in the smell of sunflower seeds and rotting teeth, and then pushed me to the ground. Oh great, they're friends.
Oh, how nice. Like this, huh? What you gonna do now?
The bully towered over me as if saying,
Pop your zits. Here, let me help you with those.
Bro, I would just ram him in the nuts.
Well, the way that he's aiming, his nuts would be, like, over here.
Well, his
somewhere.
fat neck is in view.
Yeah, and hit him in the throat. His Adam apple would take him down, too.
Yep.
Come on, hit me. Let's see you try.
Uppercut. Uppercut. Fight back. Uppercut.
Fight back?
Yeah. It's not gonna work. Listen, you. My throat went dry. My lips were moving on their own, and my voice was akin to a stifled squeal. Well, that's great. Semyon wore a mocking smile.
Ew! His teeth are even horrible.
You need to brush those things.
He needs to do something. Go on, Four Eyes. Why did you stop? We're all waiting.
If you ever touch me again... Semyon slowly stuck out a finger and poked my forehead.
I did. So what?
Punch him in the nose. If you ever do it again...
Here. One more. And again. Kick him. And again. And again.
He was poking me with his fingers so hard that my head tilted backward. You fucking just punch him in the nose. I must not cry, or I'll be done for.
What will a wimp like you do to me?
My vision went blurry. My soles tore off from the floor. I rushed forward and threw a random punch without looking. Oh! What I saw when I opened my eyes was beautiful and horrifying at the same time. Semyon was holding his ear and blinking in amazement.
No pain, you use force.
Yep. Was I the first person to rebel against his absolute rule? I needed to run, but I was already surrounded by his cronies. Oh, shit. Lilia Pavlovna.
Lilia Pavlovna.
That's Katya. The girl.
Lilia Pavlovna. Lilia Pavlovna. Petruv. Just hit Berber.
Semyon's cheeks grew even redder and his pimples even whiter, like the heads of larvae. But a smile flashed on his face. That was only noticed among his comrades. He got really close to me. The smell of rotten teeth washed over me.
You are fucking done.
His voice was evil and dangerous, like someone tore off the lid from a kettle while boiling fat. I was waiting to get hit, counting the thumps of my heart and guessing where his fist will go. The solar plexus, the jaw, the nose. But he just turned around and walked off. A thought, cold and sober and extremely rational, popped up in my head. I'm going to get killed today. I was late to leave the school after classes on purpose. Semyon didn't attend the last period, so I was hopeful. What if he decided to dodge the cleaning duty and ran home, forgetting all about me? Oh, no, that's
Probably
not what's going
not.
to happen. He is waiting. I heaved a sigh of relief, like someone on death row whose execution was delayed by a day. But I didn't let myself forget his tone, his vengeful gaze, and his scary, electrified smirk. While the other students were leaving the school, laughing loudly, I was pretending to skim through my books near a window. I was staring outside, nervous.
Leave when all the rest of the kids go. Leave when all the rest of the kids.
No kidding, leave in a group. Semyon was nowhere to be found in the front yard or near the school gate. I didn't really believe I was this lucky, so I decided to be extra cautious and stayed for some more time in the corridor that was gradually getting less crowded. That is a really bad idea. All of the bustle moved to the first floor. There was a skeleton peeking out of the biology classroom. Some jokester put a cap with the American condor on its head. The sound of running water was coming from the bathroom. I was the only person left in the whole school.
You're an idiot.
You're really stupid. I'm not alone. A sudden thought came to mind. I remembered the missing boy. His portrait was on the notice board near the schedule. I remembered his smile. Oh, they changed the picture.
Yeah, black eyes.
That's even the cat has eyebrows. Sorry.
Yeah, he's not very happy either. You're gonna die.
Him looking at me. And the fact that he's most likely already dead. Hello? Sorry. I shuddered and turned around. Oh, a friend. At first, my eyes stumbled upon the black violin case. Then I noticed a girl from my class was holding it. Oh, she's so pretty. Look at her. She sat in the first row of the second column. I swear I caught her looking at me a couple times. And I was sneaking glances at her myself. Sometimes it just feels nice to look at something pretty. The spring, the sky, or a girl that's not in the crowd that laughs at Semyon's jokes. And she wasn't whispering the dirty laundry of other people to Katya. She spent all the breaks just like me, studying in the classroom or looking in the window or drawing something in her green notebook. Hello? Oh, that would be Anton. Hello?
Oh.
I turned red and pretended I was studying the pattern on the wooden floor.
Well, I wanted to say hello too, so there. It was cool, the way you hit him.
It was just an accident, almost. I started shoving books in my backpack to at least put something in my hands.
Semyon wasn't like that before. He also transferred here just recently. His grandma told me that it almost felt like he went mad. Even the classmen fear Semyon. Did you know? But you're different.
I really don't trust this girl.
You're brave.
I mumbled in reply. Yeah, right. Me, brave. a hero that has been standing around in the hallway to avoid a beating. The girl looked at me with her clear, attentive eyes.
Do you live over the river? In the wooden house?
Yeah,
Must be scary living there. And you also have to cross the forest. I wouldn't be able to do that.
I shivered at the mention of the forest. I thought of intertwining branches of a snake-like trail of endless darkness that spread like mold among the crooked trees. So I straight up lied. It's not that scary. What's so scary about it for you? She smiled after a brief pause, as if brushing off a daydream.
Well, actually, never mind. My name is Polina. Polina. My name is Polina, by the way.
And I'm Anton.
I already know that. ... Hey, Anton.
She stumbled, as if trying to decide whether she should continue.
What are you doing after school?
My chest felt prickly after her innocent question, yet somehow it felt pleasant.
Please don't be sending me to my death match.
Oh, girl, I do not trust her. Nothing much. I stumbled and didn't finish my sentence. Oh. Alyssa's predatory smile flashed in front of my eyes. Her playful eyes and the slits of the mask were probably just a product of my imagination, though. What if that fox girl is waiting for me after school? Or was it another of her weird jokes? I wonder if she's hiding a big red tail under her coat. I suddenly got covered with beads of sweat, like after PE class. I wanted to take a shower, as if just thinking of the foxy girl made me dirty, soiled my clothes, lured me into the forest's embrace.
I have a violin lesson and then I'll be free. My grandpa hired me a private tutor. Our music teacher is a violinist, and he doesn't have anyone to teach here except for me.
She waved her free hand in the air, imitating the movement of a bow on violin strings. I could almost hear the music. It chased Alyssa out of my head. I looked at Polina's lips, catching her every word, and was frozen from the unusual sensations. They were warm, soothing, and tingly. It felt like I was very small and the feelings were immense, and they couldn't fit inside me. Kid, you are not making this any better.
Good, I'm not the only one that's...
I was doing so good at keeping a straight face, too.
I'm just like, yeah, sure. Tingly, yes, yeah. They say there's a serial killer on the loose in the village. Wow, that's an interesting conversation from violin to...
Amazing that she just switched to that right away. Like, okay.
Normally, Grandpa would escort me home from school, but he's been sick lately. Oh my god, she's gonna ask him to escort her home.
Oh, yeah.
You're brave! You might as well take me home.
Yeah, like, I'm scared to go alone, kid. You come with me. I stuck a glance at Vova's photo. His eye wells were studying me. His lips were wearing black lipstick.
This poor kid keeps getting worse and worse.
Oh my
Lipstick, black eyes for the cat with eyebrows. Obviously, this cat is not happy in this picture.
No. Just like the portrait on a gravestone.
If this was on a gravestone, somebody needs to be glad the kid is gone.
Bro, I would haunt whoever did that carving.
Yeah, no
I would be so mad.
I wanted him to look like he was happy. No, yeah, you just made him even more creepier.
Yeah, really.
Thank you for making my grandchild, or my child, even creepier than usual. I mean, I'm not a coward. It's just, I think I'll be safer together with you. Will you go home with me, Anton?
There it was. Finally, everything that I read about in the adventure books, everything that I dreamt about was seeping into my life. A mysterious crime, a beautiful stranger, and a heroic duel. A duel. Thinking of Semyon instantly sobered me up, returned me back to Earth, and it started shaking under my feet like the deck of a ship. If only I could rise to the occasion in front of Paulina. Because no matter how brave I was, no matter how brave I was trying to act, it was obvious for both of us that I wouldn't be able to stand a chance against a big guy like that. And him knocking me out won't even be the worst of it. The worst part is that Paulina will see all of that. And she'll laugh at me like everyone else. No, I don't need anyone to see me in such a shameful state. I doubt I'll be able to today. You know, Semyon is waiting for me outside. What?
She just got pissed.
I need to deal with him one-on-one, like a man.
Nonsense.
Paulina brushed off some hair off her forehead, and I sensed a weak aroma of blackberry. Paulina was like water when you were thirsty. You gulp it down and still want more. I remembered the summer evenings at the country house, the fire's pungent smoke, the berries hanging over our fence from the neighbors, and a soft cover of pine needles under my soles. Those few peaceful days when I felt completely safe. My mom resting in the hammock, my dad putting meat on a skewer. Could have I foreseen the upcoming catastrophe and the crackle of the coals, and our parents' laughs and the smell of the fleeting July? Could I have seen how fragile that world was?
Do you really think that Savage will give you a fair fight? He'll just swarm you with his friends without giving you a chance to catch a breath.
Paulina suddenly flashed a devious smile.
But if we go together, they will be put off.
I feel like this chick is scarier than Semyon.
I'm not only the first violin of the village, I'm also a girl. I've heard from a delinquent. I know that he'll never attack someone when there's a girl around.
Oh, bullshit! He was shoving and picking on him with Katya right there.
And can you imagine? They have this weird code of honor.
A delinquent, you know? I thought, worried. Is he better than me? Taller, more handsome?
Oh, I have to go to music class.
She made a couple of steps and stopped. Amazing. Paulina didn't look like those beauties from the magazine posters or the actresses from the movies. But in the flickering light of the ceiling lamps, she looked much more alluring.
Can you play anything?
My parents bought me a guitar a couple years ago. I immediately remembered my meager attempts at making music. Change. We're all waiting for change. Soy's song echoed my thoughts and my desire to change something. Oh, I see. Okay, I just stumbled over a song that I don't know. A singer and frontman of a popular Soviet rock band, Kino, that played a mix of new wave and post-punk. Their hit song Paramen, Changes, is one of the most popular rock tracks of the new Russian era. Died in a car accident. Oh, that's sad. That guitar got lost somewhere, as if refusing to move to the old house near the forest. I think my parents gave it away to someone that needed it more. I don't, sadly.
A pity. Oh well, I'll be going. Bye.
Her shout was captured by the loud echo.
Bye!
Her shoes also echoed through the school hallways. Are you having fun?
Yes. Bye! Sorry, I had to.
Bye. I wasn't sure if Polina heard me. I looked out the window again. The schoolyard was empty. Just a couple of grade schoolers throwing snowballs at each other. Nobody who looked like the hulking Semyon with his cronies. This was giving me hope. What should I do? Polina could become my friend, the first one in this new place. And besides, she may be in real danger of meeting a killer, and I'll be her defender, her knight.
Yeah, I'll protect her.
Yeah, my ass. And even though my inner voice was hesitant and whispered about running away from the killers lurking in the woods at night, Polina was worth the risk. But the red cunning fox was also intriguing. She promised me to help look for Vova, and this will bring me a reward. More money will almost guarantee peace in my family. Gifts for Olya. I imagine my sister, happy like those girls who get prizes from Suponev in the finest hour.
Subanan is probably a magazine.
Sergei Suponev, a Soviet and Russian TV host, the most prolific showman of the Russian kids' TV in the 90s. He hosted teen quizzes as well as computer entertainment shows. Suponev died on December 8th, 2001, when he crashed his snowmobile into a river pier. Oh,
What is
shit.
with the car? Jeez, the wreckage.
Mm-hmm.
One died of a car accident, the other one died of a snowmobile.
They're just trying to be as morbid as possible. Okay. I imagined, okay, we did that. She'll be dancing with famous singers, maybe a new popular boy band like Ivanushki International. Ivanushki.
And they died too, no.
Yeah, right?
They did die!
Oh, for fuck's sake. A Russian boy band that was popular in the 90s and early 2000s and consisted of 3 singers. Its songwriter and vocalist, Igor Sorin, died to a fall from the 6th-story balcony. The official police report claimed it to be a suicide. Oleg Yakovlev substituted him in the band and later died from cirrhosis. Well, damn!
Jesus. Anyone else want to put a little death on their... Jeez.
Mom and Dad hugging the Ostankinko pavilion. And then all of us going to Disneyland. Yeah. Polina or Alyssa? Who do we choose? I'm curious about what happens when we talk to Alyssa.
So am I.
Yeah, let's do that.
Sorry, Polina.
You're really pretty, but you'll be fine.
Hopefully.
After closing my backpack, I ran down the stairs.
Adventure, you want...
A date, huh? I scanned my surroundings through the window in the main hall. Nobody suspicious in sight. The school doors creaked. The sound was similar to the music from a thriller, the high note that comes before an intense scene.
Hold on.
What?
School door creaks. Sound of... Go ahead.
I already read it. I ran around the school corner, trying not to catch anyone's attention.
I should have saved before the... And we could have went back to...
Yeah. Oh well. The smell of pastry and burnt sugar wafted from the school cafeteria. I froze when I saw a silhouette in the second floor window. It must be Paulina, gliding a bow on a violin strings, with her head slightly tilted to the side. I wish I could hear the melody she played, but Paulina was only a dark outline in the window's yellow sheet. I dragged my feet forward. Oh, the Hanged Man.
Why the hell are you here, buddy?
Creepy fucker. The net on a football goal in the yard fluttered in the wind. The same wind that hurled small white whirlwinds through the field.
Unless he's a cop.
He might be. Somewhere nearby, an invisible tractor was humming, scaring away the crowd of cawing birds. The hum of its engine sounded like the howls of hungry beasts that chased me through the snowy desert. Alyssa and her scary mask also came to mind. Right now, in the light of day, it was really hard to believe she was real. What did she say back then? At the backyard, near the Hanged Man. What did she mean by that? I wonder what that says. I looked at the wall. There was a hanged man drawn on the black line of resin. Yeah, I wonder what that says. Someone played the hangman here. Something was scribbled on both sides of the man. Escape, fear, truth. Well, that's eerie.
Come closer, sweetheart.
It took me a while to realize where the sound was coming from. My eyes strolled through the cul-de-sac at the school backyard, through windows and snow. Examine. One of the snow piles started trembling like a volcano before it erupts. Ah!
Give me your heart.
In the blink of an eye, the white crust crumbled and a fox jumped at me. She made a gracious bow, enjoying the effect her appearance had on me. The silver of snow shined on her coat. I couldn't imagine that thinking about girls with tails can be this... I don't know what to compare it to. Something infectious? Toxically sweet?
Fight back, or your heart is in my bag. What?
Fight back, or she'll carve his heart from her chest and put it
Yeah,
in her
I got
bag.
that, but it's like kind of weird.
She's
my
just
bag.
weird. She's just weird. It's fine.
Fight back, or your heart is in my bag.
She giggled so enthusiastically that it forced me to smile. Oh, come on. I quickly rolled a ball of snow and threw it at Alyssa. She tried to dodge, but it was too late. A hit to the shoulder.
Aw, you insolent boy.
Yeah, that's me. The fox slowly backed down, trying to arm herself.
Are you shy?
You are sly.
Oh, are you sly? But I'm a fox. I think out of the box. Oh, I think out of the box.
Her retribution was swift. A snowball arced its way above the snow yard and the ravens flying in the air. I wanted to duck, but slipped and fell to my knees. And while I was getting up, I caught a huge chunk of snow with my face. It burned up from the cold. I swore loudly from immense disappointment. Using the words I heard in Sector Gaza's song on the cassettes I hid from my parents. Guessing a rock artist he wasn't supposed to be listening to.
Probably, and probably dead now.
And probably dead now. A Soviet and Russian rock band that played the so-called kolkhoz punk, which meant hillbilly, founded by songwriter and singer Yuri Klinskik Yurikoy. The band often paid homages to popular Western rock bands and used a lot of profanity and fairy tale themes in their lyrics. Supposedly died from overdosing on drugs.
These poor rock bands.
For real, they all die. Alright. If Dad heard this, he would have definitely gave me a good whipping. He had very low tolerance towards obscene words and always communicated in clean Russian.
Oh, come on. It can't hurt that much.
Excuse me. She brushed off my hood as if to show compassion, took me by the elbow, and helped me get up. With care uncharacteristic for a child, she took off my glasses, blew away the snowflakes that were stuck to them, and handed them back.
Aw.
That's nice of her.
Now we're even. Tosha.
It's very common for, like, people to make pet names out of your name in Russia.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, like, for instance, in Bungo Stray Dogs, you have Nikolai Gogol and Fyodor Dostoevsky. And so Fyodor calls Nikolai Kolya, and Kolya calls Fyodor Fedya. So this is a common thing.
Yeah.
Only people who were close to me called me that. And I haven't even seen her real face. Didn't know her last name, what class she was from, and if she had a real tail under her coat.
Want to get ahead? Want to get ahead?
We were going to look for Vova, remember? We'd better hurry before my parents start looking for me. The fox let out a lazy yawn.
Parents, don't be so boring. Let's play for a bit. You're always bored at home anyway.
And how do you know that?
It's not even a secret. It's always way too boring being locked up in a house full of adults. Oh, I get all jittery from both houses and parents, see?
Her furry fox brow starts twitching. I faked a laugh in reply, unsure whether being able to move parts of her mask like that was genuinely funny or not.
Come on, Tosha. Don't be scared. I can see you want to play. And if you win...
The fox girl got dangerously close to me and stood on her tiptoes, almost touching my face with her rough little nose. Hi, welcome! Playful fires danced deep in her eyes. She smelled nice, like berries and saccharine. Is this the smell of independence and true freedom? I mean, the kind where all you have to do in life is run wild and eat sweets. That is not how that works, kiddo. Her whisper poured into my ear like scalding hot water.
If you win, I'll be your guide. Believe me, I have lots of things to show you. We surely find your Vava from one.
I felt as if a giant invisible spring bent inside me. My tummy hurt, but the sensation was somehow not exactly unpleasant. It was so weird. I just had a conversation with Paulina, and now Alyssa was going to drag me along with her. And what if I lose?
I'll claw out your soul, softy. Come on, let's go.
She burst out laughing, whipped the hem of her coat, and ran toward the road we used to come to school in the morning. Her promise, that sounded almost like a threat, hypnotized me. I bent down and scooped up some snow. I wish I had a device that could tell whether Alyssa was joking or being serious. Or is there always a third option with people like her? Between her jokes, her laughter, and her hot breath on my ear, I wanted to win. To punish her for the lightness and freedom she possessed that was clearly too much for an average girl. When I, on the other hand, was possessed, or rather intoxicated, by the thirst for adventure, by my curiosity. Just like that time when I ate the cherries from Mom's Nalivka and lied down with my eyes closed while the bed was spinning underneath me. Nalivka, a sweet alcoholic drink made from fruits and berries, often called berry vodka. It normally contains only 25 to 30% of alcohol.
Died.
Fucking dead. He got drunk and died. Okay. I spat, then cleaned my lips. Do you want to play, little Sister Fox? Well then, let's play. I armed myself with a snowball and chased the fleeing fox girl. Aw, this is so cute.
Yes, it is.
I saw a familiar street with the wooden posts that didn't look scary anymore. They were just logs covered in snow. If I were to shout now, the guard dogs would start barking and their owners would peek out of their windows. Alyssa's small silhouette was mocking me from far away, so it was useless to try hitting her with a snowball for now. Waste of ammunition. Birches, mutilated by the cold, peeked out to view along the clear road. A giant snow pile towered near one of the trees. This was probably the place where the tractor brought all the snow from the village. A whole family of foxes would fit in such a pile. No, I thought, she's the only fox around here. She alone is already too much. My second morning acquaintance was running around near the edge of the forest, the stray dog with a mangy tail.
Doesn't look mangy.
No, he looks actually very well kept for a stray. She sniffed around and marked the naked berry bushes and ran toward the other ones. Alyssa showed up from under the hill.
Zulka, follow me, girl.
The dog's ears perked up. It barked in agreement and followed her lead. We ran farther and farther, exchanging snowballs, laughing and stumbling. The winter forest towered in front of us, reaching for the low clouds. We were at the edge of its shadow, bony and almost corporeal. The fox hid behind a huge pine, clearly trying to get close to me and shove some snow down my collar. It was a good plan, but Zulka, who was running circles around her, gave her away. I broke off a dry branch and decided to act even trickier. Hi, welcome! I put my hat on it and peeked it from the side of the pine. That's so funny. I'll make her think it's my head. I bit my lip to stop myself from laughing, then jumped out from the other side and performed a point-blank throw. Alyssa probably cracked my plan right away, but still let me win 3-1. I was wounded in the leg and she got shot in the chest and in the stomach, losing imaginary blood in front of my eyes. pleading for mercy while also choking from laughter.
Please, mercy. I'm dying.
Okay, I'll let you live.
Thank you, oh valiant knight.
She pretended to bow to me, then grabbed 2 full handfuls of snow and, like a dying warrior, threw them my way in a last-ditch effort. I dodged her attack easily, laughing uncontrollably and being mad at the same time. I finished her with 2 precise shots.
You'll let me live. Ha! Learn me how to do it. If you're so smart.
Shut up, you're already dead.
Ha! When did that stop me? Let's play something more interesting.
She dashed behind the trees after blowing snow in my direction.
1, 2 times to play with you. 3, 4, 5, the owl will arrive.
Oh, shit. I hesitantly moved toward the windfall.
6 on end, the wolf's gray will stand.
I thought I was a real tail gliding across the bushes. I rushed to the intertwined branches that helped Alyssa to hide as if something was pulling me there. I had to move them, tear them off like spider webs. Branches sprang back in my face, but it felt like they were caressing my cheeks and not hitting them. I was sweating, but still had a lot of stamina left. I'll make sure to catch you, little fox. Alyssa's voice was wandering among the windfall.
7, 8, stomp your hooves and wait. Seems like I underestimate you. I thought you were just a boy.
Confident that she was behind the dry pine, I rushed to intercept her. But the local acoustics tricked me. Her voice was already echoing from the other side.
And you're a bunny. So noble, so
Nimble.
cute. So nimble, so cute.
A snowball flew at me from the shadows, whistling near my ear. I'll show you a bunny!
Yeah, do that. Show me.
A bright fox fur coat flashed near a rotten stump. I rushed there, jumping over a ravine.
Bunny, show yourself. Be brave. Give the beast fresh meat they crave.
This furry collar that flashed from every tree was the most important thing in the world for me. My lips started trembling, as if I was a cowboy that was chasing his prey. One jump and the fox was in my embrace, so smooth and desirable.
Fine, you win.
She leaned against the scratchy bark and started puffing.
Please, let's have a break. You're too fast, too strong, too tasty.
Satisfied, I put my hands on my sides, waiting for the spoils of war from the defeated girl. But what I got instead was a sly snowball in my smug face. The cunning fox ran away, roaring with laughter, but I wasn't even mad about it. I needed to catch up to Alyssa, to tackle and subdue her. Tear off her mask and see everything.
Poor little bunny, jump around. In the wet pine forest, afraid of getting eaten by the big gray wolf. Thinking of hot summer, keeping his ears low. Sneaking glances at the hidden sky.
The sky really did disappear under the trees. I moved using the barking of Zolka as a guide, since she was closely following her owner. And I was getting closer. And the same trail I imagined back at school blinked under my feet. It turned out that running like there's no tomorrow was so easy. Faster, higher, faster. I felt like there was a well of untapped potential inside me, and I drew from it. My muscles were buzzing, my lungs felt bigger, and I felt much stronger overall. Even my vision became sharper. I saw every icy branch, every dent in the bark. Something colorful was lying near the bushes, a piece of clothing. Oh no. Another colorful spot to the right. Alyssa was losing her clothes on the run, like shedding her skin. I also used my teeth to take off my mittens, excited by all that. I'll get naked and feel the wind to the last drop.
Oh no, it's the tape.
Oh no, it's the tape. Faster! I reached out to take off my hat, to throw away everything that stops me from running wild in this endless forest. The backpack slowed me down, so I threw it in the snow along with all the pens that were inside, with all the notebooks, all of my drawings on the sidelines, and a dinosaur for Olya. Olya. Suddenly, a clear picture appeared in my mind. My sister, standing still near a window, basking in the dusking sun. Her small, childish palms are pressed to the glass, leaving marks where they warmed it up. She could warm up the whole world like that. She's looking at the taiga and saying my name.
Tasha?
I stopped, took a deep breath, and realized how rash and stupid I was, trying to undress in the middle of a forest while chasing a fox. I returned to get my backpack, as if it was a part of my being I dropped. I remembered again how my sister didn't like to be left home alone, how she asked me to come home faster. What kind of brother am I? Running in the forest that I used to scare my sister with. I'm having fun while she's not even allowed over the doorstep. Sit in your cage, Olya, and watch the same cartoons over and over.
Tasha?
Yes, Olya?
Tasha, where are you? Where are you hopping to?
Huh? He's...
Fucker.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
From the
no.
darkness behind the pines, just like cavemen from their cave, appeared smirking Semyon with a bunch of his cronies. Oh shit.
Yeah, Ashika. Thought you could slip away, huh? Check out this four-eyes freak, huh?
They surrounded me like a carnivorous pride, making me step back. The smell of sweat and tobacco attacked my nostrils. The inside of my mouth felt salty, as if I'd licked a battery. Alyssa! The name of my companion turned into a stifled cough. Pines were swaying back and forth like solemn guardians. I was frantically looking everywhere. I dreamt of finding that fox among the trees, expecting her to come to my rescue. But
Yeah,
only
I
the
doubt
wind
that.
replied to my pleas. Where's Alyssa? What did you do to her? I shuddered after hearing my own voice. It sounded unnatural, rough, and scary.
Who the fuck is Alicia? Do you hit your head? Whatever, we'll fix you right up.
The fatso spit through the gap in his teeth and pushed me so hard that I hit my back against a tree.
So, feeling better now?
It can't be. Did Alyssa really lure me into this trap to these bastards? No, I can't believe this.
Looky here, guys. He's not so brave here compared to the school. I totally a total wimp, eh?
Oh dear.
You fucked with the wrong guy, transfer student.
Semyon was moving toward me, readying his fist. In that moment, the other delinquent in track pants made a loud whistle, and the hulking boy lowered his hand. It was unexpected. Seems like Babarin wasn't the leader of this gang. In reality, they were all listening to the boy who was looking like a small carnivore with very strong and sharp teeth. Probably decided to have some fun at my expense first.
Hey, forget Junior.
Faggot. It's a slur, but...
Is this your Alyssa?
Only then I noticed
Oh, no.
Zolka beside my legs, trembling from the cold, snow plastered all over its fur. Oh no. The delinquent squatted in front of the dog and beckoned it with his hand.
Oh my. Alyssa, come here, you flea-ridden bitch.
The others let out nasty laughs. The dog's ears perked up, and she started carefully moving closer. Oh, you stupid dog, run away.
Yeah, come here. I got something for you. Oh, don't hurt.
The dog didn't even have a chance to sniff him when this animal abuser caught it by the ear and kicked it right under the tail so hard it flew to the nearest snow pile, squealing. The whole gang burst out laughing, and my heart got encrusted in ice. Even the birds that were perched up on tree branches let out frightened caws. At the edge of my vision, I saw something flash in the illusory twilight of the sleeping forest. Or were that just bushes moving their icy branches in the wind?
Bronca, it won't be able to shit after this. Let me kick the fucking thing one more time. 2 negatives will make a positive.
Touch that dog, I'll kill you. But the stray was already nowhere to be seen.
What? Are you an idiot? Go and show the Four Eyes his place. In the way he'll understand. Yeah! He fucking owns you. This wimp whacked you in the front of the whole class. Sure thing.
Semyon brought a sizable signet ring with some geometric shape carved in it up to my face.
In a moment, I'll hit your face so hard it'll leave a mark for the rest of your life.
Where did all of my inner strength and bravery go? Stop! A wheezy whisper left my lips, and my head tilted forward, hitting Semyon's fist. Red sparks flew from my eyes.
Ow. Busha! Give me a hand.
Semyon gave me a rough push toward the bastard with the slanting eyes, and he tripped me. I fell on the sharp crust of ice, and the fatso stepped on my hand, preventing me from getting up. A painful groan escaped my throat.
Did you hear him whimper? Is he actually a... God, I really wish they didn't put that in there. Or something.
I started to lose breath from anger and resentment. The pain was growing. My ear was hot and pulsating pain was shooting through it, like it was cut off and the ball of nettle was sewn in its place.
Why so silent,
Antoshka.
Antoshka? Come on, tell us. Are you a faggot?
I'm sorry, the way you say it is funny.
Well, I don't want to actually say it.
It's fine. When we're reading out loud, it's fine. Like, at this moment, I felt pure, unbridled rage, the amalgamation of my anger. Like the sprout sank, it rose up from the depths of my mind, filling all my thoughts. Morons! Did you know that my dad is also oh, that's
Is
you.
also a fag.
Semyon burst out laughing. This became the last straw. Fear and anger were grappling inside me like mad dogs. He knows Aikido! Got it? And he's a vet! He'll kill the likes of you with his eyes closed. One word from me and he'll... Romka lifted up his arm, stomping my torrent of lies, and made a couple of steps forward. Semyon slowly backed off, giving me an opportunity to stand up. Did he believe me? Hell no. Or was he confused by my face, twisted with rage?
A vet, you say?
Marcy.
My dad also fought in the
Welcome to my
war.
channel.
Hi, welcome.
Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. In Africa.
An Afghan.
In Afghan. And yours?
Mine too.
Oh, really? And what force did he serve in?
I stumbled. Fear chomped at my rage's throat and made it bleed.
He's full of shit. Ramka. Sure as fuck, huh? Do you think I'm so easy to trick? I can see through all your lies, little bitch.
There was a nasty smile on his face now. This didn't bode well for me.
Well, you're asking for this. A teacher saved you at school, but here, you're fucked. That's right. Pray that they find your dead body come spring, eh? If only stayed silent, wouldn't have lost a hair. Hitting fatso is one thing. But fucking around with stuff like Afghan, where my dad spent time under fire on international duty,
I think
and it's
that's Dashti
fucking
Margo.
Dashimoko.
Okay. Dashti Margo, a desert region in the southern provinces of Helmand and Nimruz in Afghanistan. Its name can be translated into English as Plain of Death. During the conflict in Afghanistan, the Soviet army destroyed countless drug caravans headed to Iran there.
And died. No, sorry.
Probably quite a few died.
Give him a good pounding, Soma.
Syoma. The delinquents closed in on me again, and I ended up in front of Semyon. Blood was pumping in my temples. Branches were swaying back and forth, as if whispering something, giving me hope. I gritted my teeth, fighting the thought that I looked silly, and took a boxing stance I often saw in the movies. Well, that's a start.
What are ya, fucking Mikey Tyson?
Mike Tyson. This was my first ever fight. I'll remember it for the rest of my life. If I don't kick the bucket, of course. At the edge of my vision, I noticed the darkness writhe again, as if someone was walking back and forth there.
Welcome to my channel.
Hello, welcome! I sensed Roma's claws grab at my backpack.
Give me your shit,
Antoshka.
Antoshka. It'll get in the way.
I was about to refuse, unwilling to cooperate with the bastard, but then he fished a butterfly knife out of his pocket. With one smooth motion, spun it as if showing it off, and then put the blade to my neck.
Hey, easy, buddy. I can make it painful.
I let out a cold cloud of steam instead of words. Romka pulled with all his might, and my backpack ended up in his hands. Calm and relaxed. An insidious smile on his face, he looked into my backpack.
Are you hiding something from us? Some rat stole my school shoes. Let me see if it was... Oh, what's this?
Romka gave me a dubious smile.
So what do you have?
My text and notebooks fell in the snow. He was holding my backpack in one hand and something weird in the other. It looked like... Bunny. A mask. Roma lifted it high, as if showing it to someone else, to someone in the treetops, in the twilight among the trees. An old bunny mask. Long, worn-out ears, barely visible nose and whiskers, mangy fur on the sides. Where did it come from? Who put it there? Semyon laughed.
It's way past New Year's, moron. Or are you really a loony?
It's not mine.
How come it's not? It was in your backpack.
Romka was watching this scene unfold with an evil smile on his face.
You know what? Put it on.
Why?
'Cause I'm telling you to. You'll hop like a bunny for us. Yeah, come on. Or we'll leave ya pantsless, eh?
Anything but this. What if someone from our class passes by? I won't.
Some on. Put it on.
Sioma.
Yeah.
It's really hard to say.
Put it on him.
Biasha rushed to his friend's side and took the worn-out mask from him with a buffoonish bow. Then he passed it to Semyon, who was already rubbing his hands in anticipation. I looked around the pine woods, as if waiting for help, as if the shadows that writhed around us would take pity on me and take my side. Branches looked like arms, twisted on unusual angles. Blackened bark was their charred skin, and the darkness was the smoke they produced. I can't run, won't get away, they'll catch me. And then...
Let me warn you, Simon. If he won't hop, you'll take his place. Got it? This piece of shit won't. Just look at him. He's a total loony. This loony had already smacked you in the face. Romka's right. Come on, Fristo. Assert your fucking dominance. Or you'll make you hop so hard your pig tits will fall off.
So mean. He must indeed be scared of Romka. Semyon swore silently and glared at me.
Here. It'll fit better this way.
Ew, God. He hurled a huge ball of spit on the inside of the plastic bunny face and put it close to mine. His spit looked like a squashed spider. Blech. Romka's face twisted. He spasmed like a beast, like he wanted to tell Semyon something, but then he suddenly stopped. Semyon was still close by, with a disgusting smirk on his face and a terrible smell coming from his mouth.
Put it on fast, or you're dead.
The mask almost looked even more disgusting now, yet, despite everything, it felt like it was a chance for salvation. It could become my second skin. If only I was to put it on, if only my face was to touch its bumpy surface. I'm sure the fur will glitter, the ears will tremble like they're alive. I just need to put it on, and Semyon and his friends will be gone. Forever. Well, if he puts it on, he's going to become a monster, like Alyssa is.
But if he doesn't,
They're going to force it onto him anyway.
yeah.
What do you think?
Paper, rock, scissors?
Yep. Alright, I will put it on. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot! Okay, they're putting it on. I reached out. My hand wasn't shaking anymore. Please wipe it off first. Semyon handed me the mask and let out an evil laugh. The fur felt warm to the touch, just like I expected. I got goosebumps. Electricity flowed through my spine. This is it. My salvation. A voice whispered to me from the well of my subconscious. Just put it on, and no one will hurt you. The forest froze, gazing at me with cracks in the bark. I acted slowly. I took off my glasses. Got rid of the nasty spit on the paper mache. There was movement inside of the bunny face, as if something was trying to break out. And I needed to help it. I lifted up the mask and started moving it toward my flaming cheeks. Just like from the movie with Jim Carrey. This mask had power. This mask had strength. Carton touched my skin. It enveloped my skull, my nose, took the shape of my face. It smelled like an animal lair and pine. My lips touched some sort of hard, wavy material. My armor. Strangely enough, through the slits of the old carnival mask, I was able to see as good as through my glasses. A trio of boys, frozen in the clearing. Snowflakes, frozen in the air. In the trees, whose shadows formed black streams toward me, and a weird silhouette in the early twilight behind the windfall. In all that silence, Semyon nervously whispered.
Hey guys, what's up with him?
I broadened my shoulders. My muscles felt like they were made of steel. Invisible plumes of fog flew toward me, breaking off the trees. I was absorbing the forest's power with every pore of my body. I smiled underneath the mask. No, I showed my teeth. My fists were itching. My stomach was growling.
He's turning.
You asked for this. I made a step forward. Semyon carefully stepped toward me, as if he was walking on thin ice. A trail from my dreams snaked in front of me again. Endless, alluring, it was beckoning me away from all the problems, to the new wonderful world, the world of Magic Neverland. I pulled on the zipper, opened my coat, and threw it to the snow with a fast motion. Then growled. I felt like something was frantically looking for the exit underneath my skin. I went towards Semyon.
He's turning. Fuck. Turning into a fucking retard.
Oh, shit. The clearing blew up in hysteric laughter. Biasha was clutching his stomach. Roma smirked, shaking his head. And Semyon, who was laughing the most out of the three, spat on his knuckles and waved his fist like a club.
You're such a moron, Tisha.
Ow. A fist collided with my mask. The fur didn't dampen the blow at all. There was no power, no magic smoke coming from the pines. I flew toward the bushes and landed on my butt. My vision, bolstered by adrenaline in a moment before, returned to normal.
Now that was something. I thought he'd get on all fours and tear us to bits. Like a carrot. Yeah, did you see that, eh? Did ya? Does this count as him hopping? This was even better.
I sobbed. The mask had one advantage. If I cried now, nobody would see my tears.
What a loony. You belong to a loony house. For animals, eh?
Semyon put his knee into the snow pile and ripped the glasses out of my numbed fingers. Give my glasses back! I won't make it home!
Bullshit. Haven't you heard that bunnies have good sense of smell? So don't worry, just use it. Hippity hop, hippity hop.
Semyon shoved the trophy into his pocket and flashed me a toothy grin.
Besides, bunnies don't wear glasses. Now scram, retard.
I stood up, still wobbly. The trees became a blurry, dark wall. 3 bright silhouettes were wobbling around me. There were black spots on them, their eye sockets and mouths, but it looked to me like there was more of them than it should be. I turned to the forest. Semyon's boot came to my rescue, kicking me in the butt and quickening my shameful retreat.
Hippity hop, hippity hop.
I threw the mask into a ravine out of spite, and then zigzagged through the firebreak, alone in giant snow-laden world.
We're hoping for a miracle.
The trunks around me bent in all directions. Their treetops disappeared in the darkness above me. The sky was pushing me down. I wanted to cry, but my eyes were completely dry by now. Only sadness and longing were left. A desire to bury myself under the snow or leave for Neverland, joining Vova and Senya. I didn't care where to go, just somewhere far away from here. Somewhere very far away.
Hey, what's this? Where are your glasses, Anton? Did you lose them? Not exactly.
See,
How can you be so careless? Do you think I own money printed press? Yeah, right. You'll be wearing your old glasses until next year. Thanks for caring, Mom.
Olya rushed to me.
I saw a fox.
Surprise akin to a shotgun blast. I could only flap my lips in reply. A cup shattered into little pieces with a loud bang. My mom let it fall from her hands. Her face was pale and her eyes were glued to the ground. This pause, just a split second, felt like an eternity. Then my mom spoke with disappointment.
First it's an owl, now it's a fox. Will you ever get tired of this?
But it's true. She was fluffy. She stood on her back legs near the hedge just like a person. The fox called my name, but then Mom came and she fled.
There's no fox. Stop making things up.
Don't go near her. If it was necessary, I was ready to shake my sister as if she were a doll made of cloth.
What's wrong, Tasha?
Don't go, you hear me? My mom entered the hallway and gave me a surprised look. I hesitated. Well, a fox will bite you. I remembered fairy tales where foxes used to kidnap children. I imagined my Alyssa, liberated, carnivorous, running through the night forest with a dangling sack in her hands.
It wasn't a real fox. Tell him, Olya.
What's going on?
He's having a dream.
Oh, okay.
She stood on...
She stood on 2 legs and she wore a dress. And she was real.
See?
Mom showed us a tired smile, as if it was the only explanation needed. I also forced myself to smile. My smile was like a thin piece of soap right before it dissolves completely on your palm. But when I was left alone with my sister, I whispered, "If you see her again, run." I shut my eyes and threw the vitamins in my mouth, washed them down with water. Please, stop driving me mad. Please. I was doing my homework on a Friday evening, like usual. I had already finished the hard part. There was only my art homework left, my favorite subject. Okay, I guess we draw now. I needed to draw some sort of magic beast. I wanted to draw a dino at first, but my brush reached toward the orange paint all by itself. One stroke after another, the picture of a fox started slowly forming on a piece of paper. She was almost popping out of the snow-white sheet. She stood on her back legs and wore a sly smile. My brush moved again, drawing a fluffy tail. A moment later, it dropped out of my weak hand. After I finished my drawing, I spent a while studying it in surprise, as if I couldn't understand where this red beast came from. The longer I looked, the scarier her smile felt. Carnivorous, fake, like the smiles of women form adult magazines that were sold in press kiosks back in the city. An alluring smile that masked deep-seated malice. And the fox's eyes turned out red, as if bloodshot. And they looked more like bullet holes you see in action movies. I don't remember drawing them this way. I moved away from the table, and the lamp's light reflected from the wet paint. The drawing was glossy.
HGDES. Welcome to my channel.
Hello, welcome. The drawing was glossy. It felt like the fox was watching me. Waiting. Anton!
Anton! Are you deaf?
I was just thinking.
I'll ask you again. Have you seen your sister? Uh-oh.
That's not good.
She's hiding somewhere again.
Something moved under my bed, and I froze. Olya's dirty face peeked out with a finger pressed to her lips.
Shh. Olivia, I can see you. Get out of there. You're covered in dust.
Olya crawled from under the bed and started dusting off her stockings, looking down.
Let's go. I'll read you a fairy tale. Keep you company until you fall asleep.
I want to sleep with you, not in that room. It's...
Mom entered the room.
What? the owl again? And what do you think? Oh yeah? It won't come anymore. I chased it away.
Olya shook her head in defiance.
You didn't. And it will come. It said that you'll come every night.
Oh, it talks now.
Olya ignored the question and then asked with newfound determination.
Can I sleep with you? Please? This will be the last time.
Don't you say yesterday? Didn't you say yesterday was the last time? Oh yeah? You're a big girl now.
Why don't you let her sleep in my room? I thought it was a great idea, but Olya shook her head again.
No, I don't want your room. It watches you too.
I felt goosebumps all over my body.
Enough! There's no owl. You're sleeping in your own room tonight. Got it?
Mom, please. Please.
Mom took Olya's hand and tried to lead her out of my room.
Let's go, sweetie. Don't bother your brother.
Olya clutched the bed's head with her free hand.
Please, please, please. I don't want to go to it.
Mom was
Separately.
tugging Olya toward
Welcome
herself.
to my channel.
Oh, welcome! Mom was tugging Olya toward herself, but she didn't budge. Only the bed's head squeaked in agony. Dad intervened by plucking Olya up and carrying her out of the room, despite her desperate protests and pleas. Did somebody say something over there?
No.
Okay.
No! Don't take me to it. It's going to watch me again.
I've listened to them struggling to make my little sister go to bed for a while. In the end, my parents gave up and let Olya sleep with them. But it was surely the last time. Ever. Oh. When everybody settled down, I was lying in my room, thinking about Olya's words. It's watching you, too. I felt uncomfortable. I barely managed to calm down only after closing the curtains and my room shut. But as soon as I closed my eyes, memories of the day started jumping around in front of me. I was in the middle of the stuffy school corridor. I could see the literature classroom from here, the faces of dead classical writers on their portraits, the prim and regal pose of our homeroom teacher, Lilia Pavlovnova. And around the corner was her daughter, Katya, a snitch and a gossip, eagerly waiting for me.
Oop, wrong button.
Oops.
Hey, transfer student. Transfer student.
What do you want, Katya? She got on her tiptoes and started swaying while hiding her hands behind her back, and then she asked me with a fake smile on her face.
Can I ask you something? Why did you get transferred here?
I might have told the truth about this to Polina, but Katya will sell it on the market for 3 kopikas, I think is how, I don't know how to say that. It would be the same as printing all my thoughts and hanging them near Vova's picture for everyone to see. So, I reverted to an answer I knew by heart. It's all because of my parents. Dad has a new job here, and my mom... But Katya didn't even listen to me, just rushed toward the perked-up ears of her friends, whispered something while stealing glances at me and giggling.
Yeah, right. He takes us all as for fools. I've heard
it's all because his father, he crossed the road of some big shot, and now their family is hiding in our remote little village.
It's not true. You're lying.
Oh, and did you hear how he hit Barbarin out of the blue? What kind of freak must you be to start bullying your classmates from the day one?
Stop. You know he started it.
And if that wasn't enough, there are rumors that this weirdo carries a bunny mask with him wherever he goes. Who in their right mind would do something like that, huh? Girls? I see. Our Antaska must be truly special. Maybe he's an artist,
Autist.
Autist.
She's calling him autistic.
But what if he's a serial killer? I'm sure you'll be able to find an axe in his backpack if you look hard enough, or something even worse. Yes.
Shut up!
Look at him screaming as if something bit him. His pupils look at how wide they are. I hope he won't go insane and restart to violence again. I mean, there must be a reason his mom always feeds him those pills, right?
I just stood there in confusion, trying in vain to understand how she found out about my medicine. And what scared me even more was the possibility that her nonsense had some truth mixed in.
Yes, that's right. He's as insane as his little sister. Can you imagine that she says a human-sized owl visits her every night? Yes. But not a single healthy person has seen it. And his simpleton believes her. Can you imagine that?
And then I caught a single kind look from the smirking crowd.
Is that true, Austin? Are you unwell?
Paulina, please listen to me.
Yeah, right. Don't listen to this liar, Polinochka. You don't even know that he cheated on you.
Yeah, because he chose the fox girl.
Oh. Yeah. With someone not even from our school. With Elisa?
Paulina slouched as if someone kicked her in the stomach, and then burst out in tears and fell to the dirty floor, wailing and screaming.
No! Why her, Austin? Why?
I couldn't understand her reaction, but I still rushed to Paulina's side before getting shoved violently by Katya.
Get your paws off her, you monster!
Rage was building up under the veil of my fear. It slowly rose from the cloudy mist. I felt my upper lip lift to creep up, showing my teeth.
The fact that your father beats your mother doesn't give you... What? Give you the right to do the same to girls.
My fists became hammers. I couldn't unclench them. Nobody can speak about my family like that.
Welcome to my channel.
Hi, welcome.
Beastmaster Demos said. Well,
It's interesting, right? Okay. I came to my senses when I already lunged at the angry Katya.
Ha! He went nuts, nuts. Help, help. Petrov went completely insane.
At the same moment, the crowd around her became louder. It started whistling and roaring and growing. Interesting. The subtle silhouettes of my schoolmates became larger, wider. They shot upward toward the ceiling. Turned into a giant black forest, chock full of toothy faces. I shrank to a tiny ball of fur and started shaking in fear before the might of ulcer-ridden trunks that belonged to either trees or humans. It was impossible to tell.
So you're finally shown your animal nature. Coward.
Katya's face was twisted with jubilation and ecstasy.
Anton. Why her? No. What makes her better than me?
Paulina screamed while choking on her tears.
He is just an animal. An outsider.
A scary flapping of wings came from the forest. A pair of giant white ears descended somewhere from above, and I dug myself into them.
Anton! Anton! Please! Wake up!
I jumped up, almost falling out of bed. Apparently, I was thrashing around for hours on the sweat-soaked sheets. Olya's scream pulled me out, set me free from the tentacles of fear.
Anton! Please! Wake up! Wake up!
It took my eyes a while to focus on the silhouette near the window. Olya's voice was distant.
welcome to my channel.
Hello, welcome. My head was still ringing after the fight. Sounds got distorted, as if my ears were stuffed with cotton. My sister, as distressed as ever, kept on repeating the same phrase.
The owl! The owl! Please! I'm scared!
Her tears poured on my heart like boiling water, but I was almost thankful for the owl's presence. Otherwise, this scared Olya wouldn't have woken me up. Wait a second, Olya. Want me to read Mursilka for you? Mursilka, a Soviet and Russian monthly illustrated magazine for kids. It has been published since 1924. The magazine uses an unidentified yellow creature wearing a scarf and a red beret as its mascot. Writers like Samuel Marshak and Agnia Bartow contributed to the magazine early in their careers. Give me... I placed my bare heels on the cold floor. Felt around for my glasses. Remembered Semyon, his underhanded act, and sighed.
Anton! Please! Please! Look!
She couldn't tear her eyes off the window, as if it was a staring contest. I found the light switch with my hand. The lamp poured yellow bright light all over me. I got up. My vision fooled me, moving the window closer only to push it farther the next moment. My sister was just a blurry spot. I took a hesitant step forward. Olya? What's there? What happened? Do you want me to open the curtains?
No! Please don't!
I don't think it's Olya.
The owl is there!
The voice was coming from behind. I turned around and froze from terror. Teary-eyed Olya stood in the doorway.
Who are you talking to right now?
She stared at me with eyes that were red from crying, with her hands wrapped around her shoulders. Her voice was nervous, as if she was afraid to hear my answer. I was talking to you. To someone who pretended to be you. The ledge outside my windows creaked ominously, as if something huge was sitting on top of it. Oh no. And then the thing that pretended to be Olya started spreading, changing shape, grown to scary heights under the light of a carnivorous moon.
Anton, please, come closer. Come here.
The voice didn't belong to my sister anymore. That thing was hiding behind my curtains, got tired of pretending, making me look like a fool. I pinched myself as hard as I could, hoping that the silhouette near the window was just a continuation of my nightmare, a hallucination brought upon by the cursed house. And those don't bite, do they? The silhouette was towering before me under the veil of mist. I heard Olya's shrill scream when something had knocked on the window.
Knock, knock.
Came to get us.
Another knock. I stepped back in the middle of the room. As if there existed nooks where I could hide from this horror. The sound was sharp, metallic. The lamp started shimmering, and then suddenly lighted the whole room and went out, like a candle in the strong wind. The filament inside it snapped with a ringing sound. Ooh, I didn't like that. Nope. The darkness that was waiting for that exact moment poured from all angles and enveloped me. There was only the window left in the whole universe. Moonlight poured through it, painting everything the color of bones that were exhumed from a crypt. Olya started squealing and pressing herself into my back, seeking protection. And then an eye, burning with a carnivorous fire, stared at us from the window. No, it wasn't trying to break the window. It was toying with us. It just kept on knocking, driving us mad. As if a giant clock was measuring the time left for us, its pendulum swinging above the abyss.
Go away! Get out! Shoo!
She was screaming in desperation, her hands clutching my arm like a pair of pincers.
Anton. Anton. Come closer.
I could barely manage to make out a pair of wings that spread out above the black spot.
Tell her, Anton. Tell it that I won't be a bad girl anymore. Never, ever. I just want to leave. Please.
The moonlight suddenly disappeared, and the room descended into darkness. We couldn't see the burning eye anymore. I swallowed the stingy lump that was stuck in my throat. I stepped toward the curtains, entranced by the call of this disfigured guest. Olya was standing behind me, mumbling.
I'll be good. I'll be good. I'll be good.
The bleak window was creeping closer. Curtains rustled. I reached out to move them aside so I could look my fear in the eye. At that moment, I heard noise coming from our parents' bedroom. Without thinking, I pulled the curtain to the side in one swing. Nothing. Though there was something shining on the ledge among the scattered feathers. My glasses. The ones that Semyon took from me. How did they get here? Was that a gift from the gurgling night? Did that owl really bring them here? I looked at the front yard, at the foreboding clearing, at the toothy forest.
Is Fat Boy dead?
I hope so, jeez. Not a soul. Not a trace of our late-night guest. Only the old lamppost, dreaming like a lone watchman among the snowy desert. The dry window frame creaked. I tore away the insulating tape and the strips of glued newspapers. Window insulation. Before plastic windows became widely accessible in Russia, the cracks in frames of wooden windows were filled with cotton or pieces of cloth and sealed with self-adhesive tape or strips of newspapers soaked in soapy water to conserve heat in winter.
Dun dun dun.
Interesting.
And also that note.
Okay. Opened the window with big trouble. Frost pinned me with its little needles. The paintings on my walls moved from the draft. I touched my glasses, sure they would melt in my hands. But they were real. My brain was scrambling for an explanation. Semyon and his gang just pulled a prank on me. That was it. That's it. A smooth white blanket was glittering under the street lamp just outside our yard. If anybody was to get close to the house, to climb the pipe to the ledge of my window, they would surely leave footprints. But there were none. I cautiously took my glasses. My wrist was still intact. Nobody pulled me into the darkness, full of restless writhing.
Why aren't you in bed?
I swayed from surprise and almost fell out the window.
Are you out of your mind? Did it feel hot in here? Do you want to catch a cold?
The owl was there. Tasha chased it away.
Go to your room immediately and get in your bed. And you.
Mom paused, directing her seething eyes at me. She was thinking of a punishment equivalent to my crime. In the end, she just waved her hand, took Olya by the shoulder, and left, throwing gloomy words my way.
We'll talk tomorrow.
I managed to get the frame back in place with a couple of hits, pressed the latches with all the strength my fingers could muster. The cold left the room, but the fear was still present.
The cold doesn't bother me anymore. Bam!
I placed my glasses on my nose and started studying my reflection in the window. It didn't look like a face, more like a death mask. Just like the one worn by the boy from the notice board. That night, I was on the edge of joining him there. A black and white face was staring at me through the clearing between student heads.
He's missing.
Oh, thank God they killed his dumbass. And it wasn't Vova. His face was right beside it. I recognized the fat cheeks, the damaged skin. Semyon. Babarin's photo was printed out and placed under the glass, like an exhibition piece. Episode 3, on end. The wolf's gray fur will stand.
I think we're stopping there.
Yeah?
It's 7 o'clock in the morning.
Oh shit. Yeah, it is.
So we have the fox, the bunny, and the owl.
Oh, cool. This is really interesting so far. I see that they have more languages available.
Well, I pressed English.
Oh, I know you did. I'm just saying that there's more translations available now than there
Yeah.
were. That's nice.
Alright, so we're gonna call it quits for tonight. Or this morning.
Yeah.
And we'll try again tomorrow? Or
I think tomorrow we're gonna do karaoke and anime.
Beastmaster
Okay.
Moses said, "When will be next stream? I was enjoying that."
Really? Oh, that's so kind of you to say. We usually stream on Fridays.
yeah, that's usually our stream night, and then
You're making me sentimental.
are you sure you don't want to do it tomorrow?
Well, when you ask nicely, I guess.
We'll do it tomorrow. Well,
Beastmaster
we'll do it.
said, "You guys were amazing."
Thank you so much,
Beastmaster
Beast.
Moses said, "I loved it."
Oh,
thank
thank you. That really means so much. Thank you so much.
Thanks for putting up with me reading as best as I could.
I think you did great. You do really good voices. I'm not good at voices.
Beastmaster Moses said, "You were awesome."
Oh, thank you so much. So we have pretty much today, when we get up anyway, we have karaoke, and then if you want to, we can.
Yeah.
We'll
It'll
do-
be around 3 a.m. our time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's mountain time. So if it's 7, what? 7.
33.
Yeah, 7:33 here. So we'll do it tomorrow. Well, we'll do it today after karaoke, if that answers your question. And we'll see how far we can actually get to it, how far we can go with it. Because we were having fun with it and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. This is a really cool story. I don't know what's gonna happen next. I wish we would have saved,
I know!
because I want to know what would have happened if we had joined Paulina instead of Alyssa.
Well, I can always go through it and get to that part and save it on a different thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, we have the owl, we have the fox, and then there is,
He's supposedly a bunny.
yeah, he's a bunny.
That's probably what the meds are, trying to repress that beast thing.
Yeah, but I wonder what he did, if it's,
Yeah, I don't know.
and I wonder if she's the owl.
She might be, actually, now that you mention it, because, like, yeah, maybe she's the owl.
But yeah, it's just very interesting, because trying to figure out who's the fox is going to be kind of hard to, because
I bet you it's Paulina.
it might be.
Well, no, because Paulina was up in the room practicing her music.
Yeah, but did you see a teacher in there?
You make a good point. Because, like, he saw her and then went around the building.
Yeah.
And then he waited for a little bit and then Alyssa popped up. So maybe Paulina is Alyssa.
Maybe. We'll have to. Hopefully, it's not the blonde girl.
Ugh, Katya. Little
But
brat.
thank you so much. We're actually going to stop the stream and we'll be back tonight after we are done with karaoke.
Yep.
So, we hope you enjoyed it. Thank you so
Beastmaster
much.
Moses said, Keatson 387 Natasha Love. I look forward to next stream. CYA.
See ya. Bye.
See ya. You have a great day and a beautiful night. I'm Mega Anime.
And Sylvie Somers signing off.
You stay creative, stay spooky, and we'll see you next time.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay.